Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox, a national journalist.
Mastodon. I will never be able to say that out loud.
It feels like the Flintstones live there.
It does.
Well, don't trust women. I think you just touched on that with your last. That's what they brought. We're going to have to bring back chaperones.
Jesus, no.
Just careful. Stop! Break! Ooh. Hard right.
How did you screw up a stove, Megan? You're a woman. I thought that was baked into you, like at the genetic level, how to operate kitchen equipment.
And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you.
You get Dino hanging out outside chewing on a large bone. I highly recommend being targeted by the New York Times and Rolling Stone for weight loss. And I'd say, keep it coming. I need to lose 20 more. Please, keep it coming.
Explain to me, Megan, why did this country not have a holiday once a year? That's the time you vote. If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. You don't get another chance. You don't get, I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake, crawl there. But that's it, 1 day, 12 hours, and then you're done. And you count them that day, and that night you know who the hell won.
I will eat you alive. You want to tangle? You want to go?
The only thing going through my head is, what are you going to do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
He made a deal with the devil. She's the devil.
He wants that.
Oh, God. Gross! Oh! All right, penalty box for Slug. Yep.
Of a mile.
Are you ready to behave yourself now, Slug?
This frustrating rep.
Are you ready to behave yourself? Repossessed puppies? I'm hiding pork chop! ASAP! Have you seen his little pork chop? Oh my god, pork chop is the cutest.
That sounds bad.
Have you seen it?
Pork. It's pork!
Though you may be tempted, do not contact any person or persons mentioned on this stream. Do not even think about contacting anyone who may be the topic of the daily news. If you should do that, the host will question your IQ, possibly call you names, and mock you for disobeying these basic rules of decency.
All the best.
Good morning, everyone. It's a new trial. How exciting is this? We're actually going to do some trial coverage on this channel again. It's been a long time. Welcome back to the show. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Megan Fox, medium smart journalist, and I cover court trials here. And today we are going to talk about the Timms case, Carrie and Brady Timms. Now, this case is already over, but the footage has just been released. And here to help me talk about it today, I have several guests. You all know, and love her. Flux is in the house. How you doing, Flux?
What's up? I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I've been missing you. I'm glad you could be here today. But this is going to be another one like the Maya Kowalski trial. Remember how awful that was?
I'm going to get angry.
Yes. I don't know. Do you think we're going to have a they threw Jesus in the dumpster moment? Because that could be epic.
That was good, though. I don't know. Maybe. That was
possible. Good. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. There are child abuse pediatricians involved. There are all kinds of... Oh, my God. And here also is Mo in the deep end. How are you doing, Mo?
Wait, are we getting dumpster Eucharist? Because I have...
Possible.
Yes, my recovering Catholic is showing. I'm out of remission, y'all. Peace be with you.
You're looking fantastic. I haven't seen you in a long time. Look at you. You're adorable.
Thanks. Well, I got my big handy capable chair. It like stands me up, has heat and massage. I told Mr. Mo, I was like, I don't think I need a brother husband anymore. I think I am in a relationship with my chair. I understand why you men are so in love with your recliners now.
That's awesome. That's great. I'm so happy to hear it. And also coming, and by the way, everybody can go and subscribe to House of Flux and Mo in the Deep End, which you should do because they have excellent programming on their channels as well. And coming to the show, our last and final panelist, well, maybe not final, there might be other people dropping by, Jennifer Williams. Jennifer Williams, how are you doing today, ma'am?
I'm great, thank you.
And Jennifer has been helping the families in Georgia through youarethepower.net. And also, she just fell into it because she was the foster respite care mom in the Hernandez case. And you guys know we covered the Hernandez case here. And from what Jennifer tells me, there's going to be footage of that case as well at some point. So we'll keep that on the radar. But today, the Timms case is on the calendar. Now, Jennifer, maybe I know this is difficult, but you have good experience doing this. Maybe give everybody a short rundown overview of what happened and why these people were charged with child abuse.
Sure. So Carrie and Brady Timms had their little infant boy, first child together. He starts showing signs of markings on his body. They bring him to a doctor. Long story short, they get sent from one doctor to a hospital to another hospital, and you'll learn about that in the trial. And child abuse pediatricians get involved. They run skeletal x-rays. They claim that the baby has fractures. They claim that the markings are bruises, all from non-accidental trauma. So the baby is removed. Parents are kicked out of the hospital. Baby is put into foster care. Despite family being willing and able to take the baby is put into foster care. Took 3 years for them to fight for their innocence and to be able to get their son back.
3 years?
So
3 years.
was
no, that's just
osteogenesis imperfecta ever looked at? Were any medical things other than trauma actually looked at?
No, CHOA, which is Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, who is doing this to the Georgia families, they will send out 3 genes to a lab. And Jameson's actually came back with like an edited note on it. But they send those 3 genes out that come back, usually no abnormalities. And then the facts can go to the court, go to the judge and say, oh, we ruled out all differential diagnosis. There's no medical reason that this is happening. And they'll take the kids before this test result even comes back. I mean, it's within hours of them showing up to the hospital. I can't remember for Brady and Carrie exactly how many hours it was, but like within 2 hours of Matt and Taki Hernandez being there, it's immediate. Like, we've called the police, we've called DFACS. This is not an accidental trauma. So they don't rule it out, but they claim that they do.
All right. Well, what we're going to do is we are going to start with opening statements. It looks like the opening statements only takes 34 minutes or so. And so we may get to the first witness today, which would be great. I would love to do that. I would love to get into, because I think we may have watched some of these I think we watched closing statements together.
Did that
didn't
with
we,
Hernandez?
With the Hernandez
Did we do that
case.
for the Timms? I can't remember, Megan.
No, I think the reason why it looks like I've watched it on YouTube is because I watched parts of it myself. I don't think I did it on this show. So we're going to start with opening statements, and here we go. So let's do this.
The preliminary instructions that the judges gave you, she mentioned the truth multiple times. I think this is a quote from Buddha. 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. So in this case, where will you find the truth? The truth is going to come from the evidence. What is the evidence? Well, the evidence is going to be the testimony, like the judge I spoke to you about, the testimony that's given from the witness stand, and the exhibits that are.
All right, because I'm me, I have to stop immediately, and I have to give a hair analysis. And I love this hairstyle on this. I love it. This is what I tell women all the time in court. If you're going to be in court, put that hair up. This is a fantastic look.
Well,
Look at
it's
this.
the only thing about her that you will like.
Well, there's got to be something.
I already hate the line. There's the three truths or whatever, the sun, the moon, and the truth. Whatever. I was already like, no, I don't like her.
Yeah, I was
don't like her.
already like, oh no. I was like, oh.
You're
and
going
she's already
to
doing
struggle with this presentation, you guys. It's really going to be hard for you to get through it. And I really do mean that.
I'm glad I have
so
my
much
notebook.
for getting through it in 2 hours.
It's going to be hard, Megan.
We're already going.
But as far as looks go, I like her suit and I like her hair. She's very
well
professional,
put together.
She looks like the only female attorney of numerous that owns a brush and a well-fitting suit. So she does look put together, but she looks very severe. She looks very authoritative. She looks very cold. She doesn't look like a person maybe fighting for justice. She looks like she's there to audit your soul and tell Satan what you did.
100%.
She's the gingerbread house. Nice and pretty on the outside, but cold and empty on the inside.
Yes. I like it.
What is her name? Do we have a name for this prosecutor?
Her name is Whitney Law.
Law? Her last name is
you've
Law?
got-
Yes, her name is Whitney Law.
So
Of
is
course.
So of course
Is her law firm law firm?
She
Law
works for the
squared?
state. So just
I mean,
so you
it's
guys,
kind of
there's two prosecutors that are going to go back and forth. They take turns, and you're really going to love the next one. The other state's prosecutor, her last name is Fox.
Oh, great.
Nice.
There's a lot you'll say about her. I'm not going to say anything right now. But there's two, and they take turns. So they switch back and forth between each other.
Oh,
how sweet.
So is having the last name Law as a lawyer, is that better or worse than Judge from the Koberger case?
Actually, I think it's going in the pretty cool pile with her hairdo. I'm sorry, but if your last name is Law and you become a prosecutor, that's pretty badass. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, if only she could.
Too bad we're gonna hate her.
Too bad
I
we're
hope-
gonna hate
I
her,
mean,
'cause I would have
I
really
think you
liked
will.
her probably. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I don't hate her.
No, I
yet,
already
though.
hate her because of the sun, the moon, and the truth thing. Nah,
I'm with Flux. That don't put annoying. It's like, an American History X where he's like, I'm supposed to start this speech with a quote. It's very B. Ivory Lamar, like back in JFK's time. Stop. Just tell me what the evidence is so I can
Well, you're
write
going
down my
to struggle
notes.
really bad then. Like,
Oh no.
All right. I'm going to try not to stop this. I'm going to work on some bingo baker because I feel a bingo coming on. I feel a bingo card needs to happen.
Into evidence during the courtroom. Now, the judge also talked about your notepads that you have access to. You might find those very helpful because, as you heard, the schedule in this case
I don't like
is
her
going to
hands.
span possibly over a month's time. So testimony that you hear today,
Like, stop doing this.
you might not be able to remember a month from now when you are trying to weigh the evidence.
It's
Sorry.
the claw.
Okay.
The claw.
So,
She does kind of have claw hands. That's true.
She just keeps doing this thing.
She would not be.
I'm
she would
very
not do well
picky.
in ballet. In ballet, they would be screaming at her to relax your hands, relax your hands. She's very.
Look, this woman hasn't relaxed since 1984 when they stopped making tabs, okay?
use your notepad. As
I bet she would pull off some shoulder pads really well.
Okay, remember details. Things that may be helpful for you to note in those notepads. You already heard it through voir dire. There are going to be a lot of doctors that are going to testify in this case. Things that you might find helpful to write down may be his or her specialty. What is the doctor's specialty? What are they trained in? What are they educated in? What diagnosis he or she made and why they made it? What reasons do they give for the diagnosis that they came to? Alternatively, conditions that they ruled out and why they ruled those conditions out. These may be things that are helpful for you when you are back there weighing the evidence at the end of this case. Something else that may be important for you are dates. Because I expect you're going to hear a lot of testimony about injuries and healing, things like that.
This woman gets up at 5 a.m. every day and goes to the gym. I can tell. Look at the neck muscles are incredible. I mean,
She
so
can
far,
do 50 kip ups.
so far, all I can picture her in the gym just getting it. This woman is intense. Let's put it that way. Intense. You know what I forgot to tell you guys? I forgot to tell you that I wanted to point this out on youarethepower.net's website, because we all know that the Timms were found not guilty. I don't want to, ruin the end for you or anything. But what I love about this is that Ryan Ralston wrote an email to the prosecutor before they went forward with the trial. And this is what he wrote. The elements of the crimes for which the Timms have been charged are not met, and therefore successful prosecution is unlikely. Moreover, a jury of their peers will not find them guilty. Maybe people in maybe these prosecutors ought to start listening to people like You Are the Power when they email them and tell them, hey, you know what, dummy, this isn't going to work. Just saying.
Also,
they should be embarrassed.
Yeah.
As a militant note taker, I don't like being told what I'm supposed to note down. So my notebook would be full of ad hominem attacks about her eyebrows.
And as somebody that may or may not have the tism, I can now only focus on her hand. I have not heard a word she said. I can only see her hand. She relaxed it once. And for me, as the jury, I can't. I'm like, bro, put your hand down.
You're not missing much of what she's saying.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that terrific.
Dates may assist you in analyzing that information. So dates may be helpful. So let's talk about dates. What I expect the evidence will show in this case, that on October 8th of 2021, Jamison Timms is born. Carrie and Brady Timms are his parents. And on October 18th of 2021, Jamison starts seeing Dr. Harbin-Pickett as his regular pediatrician. You will hear that he went to have his shots, he went and had a circumcision, and they established primary care at that time. On November 18th, I expect that you will hear that Jamison went to Erlanger Hospital. And while he was at Erlanger Hospital, he had a full skeletal x-ray of every bone in his body, and that there were no injuries to his skeleton at that time. I expect that you will also hear on December 8th of 2021, Jamison had a follow-up to that appointment. They once again did a full skeletal x-ray of him. And there were again no injuries, no broken bones to Jamison Timms at that time. What I expect that you will hear is that on January 12th of 2022, Jamison is seen for an abrasion to his face and a cut underneath his tongue. He's seen at Dr. Harbin-Pickett's office. And I expect that you will hear why that was concerning to Dr. Harbin-Pickett and why at that point in time,
I hate hyphenated names. First of all, every time someone with 3 names comes into the picture, they're going to be a problem. Period. That's just how it goes. You're going to be a problem if you have 3. Dr. Harbin-Pickett. Dr. Harbin-Pickett can shove it up Dr. Harbin-Pickett's behind, because I'm sure Dr. Harbin-Pickett has made some mistakes here. An abrasion on the face and some cut under the tongue, and now we're talking about child abuse?
Okay, here's my question. Why were they aggressive with the full body scans when they're claiming nothing was wrong with this child? So you have a child that presents into an urgent care, and they demand that this child get 2 full body scans, a body scan and then a follow-up. That's indicative of them suspecting something is wrong with his skeletal system. So these were concerns.
Is it searching? It's searching.
They are searching. This is
abuse.
protocol. It's protocol. When you have something come in and they're like, we don't know what's going on. This could be for a rash. This can be
a fishing expedition.
For fussiness. They do skeletal surveys, and then 2 weeks later, you get a second skeletal survey.
Okay, I was wondering what necessitated the kind of, because these are fairly invasive tests for a very young baby.
Oh, and
So
a
I
lot
did
of
kind of,
radiation.
Yes.
yeah.
They gave Emma Hernandez radiation poisoning at CHOA. Radiation poisoning. I'm convinced of it because they gave her so many of these x-rays and she has classic signs of radiation poisoning. They did that to her and totally unnecessarily. And I wouldn't doubt that they're doing it to children all over the place because you know why? Child abuse pediatricians have to justify their existence.
Yes.
So what that
Mhm.
really, they have to justify why they're hanging around the hospital and getting a paycheck. And so
Yes.
they're doing this. They're just searching and searching for
Could they
someone.
maybe protect the children that always die in DCYF care? Could they maybe do that if they have such a
No.
calling to care for children? Could they maybe find all these children that every other day I'm looking at, you know, the Indiana Star and DYCF has lost another one, and it was a tragic thing, and we care about children. So could we maybe possibly have them be fit for purpose?
No, Mo, they can't do that because that's not what they're interested in. And by the way, child abusers don't take their kids to the hospital to report the abuse.
Right?
No.
So those don't end up in the hospital where the child abuse pediatricians could actually diagnose them. Those kids are being hidden away.
You will hear that DFACS then called
I'm
the
already
Timms
angry.
on January 13th of 2022 and told them they had to go down to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for
Yeah, did you
Jameson
catch
to be
that?
checked out.
Say that again.
You will hear that they went down.
DFACS calls the parents and tells them, you need to get down to CHOA. That's going to be really important when you guys are going through these different witnesses and the timeline of they were asked, not demanded, not forced, they were asked to go to CHOA. So that's
Okay.
really important.
There on the 13th. I expect you'll hear that a CT scan was done at that point in time. Jameson was admitted, and then on the 14th, Jameson has another skeletal x-ray at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta that showed he had 3 broken ribs and a compression fracture to his spine that had not been there before. These were new injuries, and that they were in various stages of healing. Fast forward to February 3rd of 2022. Jameson has a follow-up skeletal x-ray at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And they can still see on that x-ray that he has those fractures that are still healing. The same fractures on his back to his ribs and that compression fracture. You will also hear, I expect, that on April 27th of 2022, there was a trip with DFACS, Ms. Timms, and Ms. Bullock, who I'll get to in a minute. They went to see a Dr. Hawley in Boston, and you'll hear about that trip. I expect you will also hear that on June 16th of 2022, Jameson goes back to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for another follow-up. Another skeletal x-ray is done of Jameson, and at that point in time, all of the injuries have healed. And he has no new broken bones. I expect you will also hear that on June 21st, 2022, there was a trip to Chattanooga to see a geneticist, Dr. Kathy Stevens. Now, the evidence is going to show that there were the custody situation throughout this time frame is that on January 14th through January 21st of 2022, Jameson is placed in foster care. He's with a foster care mom and dad during that time, right after the injuries are found. You will then hear from January 21st through August 4th of 2022, Jameson is placed with Brady Timms' half-sister, Miss Bullock, and her husband, Mr. Bullock. Following the 4th of August, Brady Timms' parents take custody of Jamison, and DFACS is forced to close their case at that time. But what you will see is that during this entire time, there were no new broken bones. The evidence will show that there were no new broken bones. Well, after Jamison was taken out of the home. So who will you hear from during the course of this case? You're going to hear from people from DFACS, the Department of Child and Family Services. You will hear, I anticipate, from people that are part of their investigations, from foster care, from foster parent. You will also hear from court-appointed special advocates, CASA. You'll hear from them about this case and their involvement in it. You'll hear from law enforcement, medical personnel. You're going to hear from a lot of medical personnel in this case. That will include pediatricians, child abuse specialists, radiologists, and specifically pediatric radiologists, geneticists, as well. And those are going to be the major players that you will hear from in this case. Now let's talk about the charges. You've already heard from the judge what the charges are. Here specifically are the charges themselves. So this is the indictment. This is count 1. And you will see the date of the allegation is after that Erlanger trip. The evidence will show, and then up until right before the first trip to show up. Did maliciously cause bodily harm to Jamison Timms by seriously disfiguring said person's body by breaking the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th ribs. And the evidence will show if those are going to be along his back. Count 2, also for that same date range, charges them with maliciously causing Jamison Timms, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by breaking these, he said, Jamison Timms' left, 8th, 9th, and 10th ribs.
Wait. Again? Are there multiple fractures on the same ribs?
No.
Or are they charging the ribs 2 different ways?
Yes.
Is that a thing?
I don't think you could.
Yeah, it's a thing here. Yeah.
But that doesn't seem right. How do you get 2 charges for the breaking of the same ribs? I mean, okay, I'm not understanding. Let me go back a second and make sure I understand the charge.
Count 3 alleges.
Wait, let's go back to count 2.
He said Jamison Timms' left, 8th, 9th, and 10th ribs.
Okay, but what was the charge?
An excessive physical and mental pain
Excessive
by breaking
physical.
These, he said Jamison Timms' left, 8th, 9th, and 10th ribs.
Excessive physical pain?
Count 3 alleges.
So,
during
Megan, the first
time of
one
November 18th.
is aggravated battery, family violence.
Okay, so they're just piling on charges.
Yes, so
for
that
the
first
same
one,
injury.
and that first one gets you the most years. You know, I only know Georgia. That one's big. Family, when they add family violence to these charges, that adds a lot of years in prison. The second count is cruelty to children in the first degree. And they go over the same fractures.
So they're okay. So it wasn't enough to just do the aggravated battery. Now we're going to have cruelty to children and then excessive physical pain. Okay, I know what's excessive. This feels excessive. Just saying. How do we charge the state with excessive physical pain? Can we do that?
I'd like to know that.
Because I feel like they have put this family through excessive physical and mental pain.
Yeah.
December 30th, this is the charge for the vertebrae compression fracture. And it is alleging that they did maliciously cause Jamison Timms, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical pain by causing a compression fracture to the vertebral body of the T10 vertebrae on his back. Count 4 alleges between the 10th day of January of 2022 and the 13th day of 2022. This is for the facial injury as well as the cut
scratch?
underneath the tongue.
The cut
of
under his
Jameson.
tongue? You've got to be kidding me.
What I
But
expect
yeah,
you
the
will
cut
do
under his tongue. And the
is that
abrasion on his face.
the defendants were the only caretakers of Jameson during the time that these
Oh my
injuries
God.
would
Do
occur.
you know how easy it is for babies to get abrasions on their face? Do you know how many times my babies scratched the crap out of their face with their sharp little
Yeah.
nails, which are next to impossible to cut? Also, I used to put
Yeah.
mittens on them because if you try to cut babies' nails, then you accidentally clip their little finger and then it's like, it's so
Yeah. I
terrifying.
still
I used
have
to bite them off. I used to take their hand and put it in my mouth and bite their nails off.
I used to like just little like I'd try to peel them but yeah, it's terrifying. Or, even when they're first born, they can come out looking incredibly bruised and kind of, all puffed up and swollen.
Yeah. Well, that's why Carrie brings Jameson in to Harbin-Pickett's office, is for this abrasion that shows up. Carrie finds the dot under the tongue while she's in the office and says, "What's this? Like, what is this under his tongue?" So she shows it to the doctor, and you'll see photos
This is
of the
just
abrasion.
like in the Hernandez case when Matt shows the doctor the picture of the bruise behind Emma's ear. Like, oh, and guess what? There was this bruise behind her ear too. We don't know what this is. And suddenly it's, well, he must be beating the child. Why would he show you that?
Right.
Yeah.
Why would he point out these bruises that he put on his baby?
Right.
Jennifer, how old was the baby again when the abrasion was found?
So he was born in October. This is in January.
Okay. So just a couple months
Yeah,
old.
and this is worried parents. Like I went in when, my daughter had a little bump on her head, my first daughter, and she was like 1 month old, and I had like an ice pack, and the doctor looked at me like I was hysterical because obviously I was, but he's like, she's gonna be fine.
I'll just count your
These are the
blessings.
Yeah, I mean, I could have been a terrified 21-year-old taking in my daughter, thinking I was doing the right thing, and then all of a sudden my daughter's gone and I have no defense.
Yeah.
I'm to this day terrified of I'm still terrified of doctors after covering the cases I've covered. I mean, in fact, I had, Fairy's had all these medical issues that we've had to see a bunch of specialists for. And I'm always, when I talk to her general pediatrician about it, I'm always like, you tell him what you want done and what you think is wrong, because it's not me. Okay. This is what she wants because she's worried about A, B, or C. And I'm like, it's not me. I'd rather do nothing. It's, because I don't want to be accused of anything.
I know.
But
it shouldn't be that way.
No,
it shouldn't be that way.
No, of course not. Of course not. If you have concerns, and I actually had these concerns when she was really little, and I was worried about making a big deal out of it, right? You get worried about making a big deal out of things. Now, luckily, I think everything's fine, and nothing's been found, and so thank God there's been no major, life-altering events. But it's funny because every time we get something ruled out, my daughter will be like, okay, but now I think it might be this. So I'm like, okay, fine, but you have to tell him, and you need to go, you do it, because I'm not doing it, because I feel like they're going to eventually be like, this woman is nuts.
Well, yeah, and there is such a thing as being an advocate for yourself, and people the whole Maya Kowalski thing started out because, her mom actually knew her condition and had an 18-month crash course in it and was saying, no, you need to do this. This is an uncommon thing. We have protocols. There are flyers. Actually, I need to print out the new protocol that should I ever have to go to the ER, there are certain things that they're supposed to do because I have CRPS, and what bolus they're supposed to use, what kind of IVs they're supposed to use on my affected side, and what not to do. So I'm responsible for carrying that around because not a lot of doctors know about CRPS. So I do that myself. But when it's your child, you're going to do that times 10. And I don't know where these nurses got, or doctors got something shoved up their behind. I take in that, CRPS isn't common. So if you didn't really do anything but talk about it in med school, that's fine. But don't give me an attitude when I say I've talked to or I've watched symposias and I can give you sort of the latest protocol. I know I'm not a doctorologist. I was hoping that you could understand and translate some of this for me.
Yeah.
A doctorologist. Mo, I love you. I've missed you.
Oh, I missed you too.
You may hear other theories about things that Jameson may have. You might hear that. But the evidence will show that the only thing
She doesn't sound
that
too
makes
convinced
sense
about
is
that.
a constellation of injuries consistent with child abuse.
You may hear all this other evidence that it's totally something else and it's not anything we said, but I'm pretty sure it's what we said. Did you hear how she was
she stopped.
faltering?
This sounds like when I'm trying to explain to Mr. Moe that we saved a lot of money with Kohl's Cash. Like, no, honey, we had to buy the KitchenAid mixer because then I got $50 in Kohl's Cash and then I bought you a pair of pants and now I have $700 in Kohl's Cash and we have $2,000 on the credit card.
We had to.
Yeah.
And look at how much money I saved by
Yeah.
spending everything we weren't supposed to spend. This is exactly it, Mo.
You will hear expected evidence is going to show that there is no medical explanation for this combination of injuries to have occurred on their own. And that is why, at the end of this case, the state will come back before you and ask you to render a verdict that is the only verdict that makes sense in this case. And
by the end of this case, the state will have shown everyone that they have jack shit. By the way, here's the good news. By the end of this case, the jury comes back within 3 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. It is an under 3 hour verdict for the jury to come back and be like, fuck you. This is not real. I love it when they're so confident. You will come back. There is no other explanation. Well, except for all these other explanations.
The other explanation
we're about to hear.
Justice for Jameson. And find these two people guilty of these charges.
Justice for Jameson, she said.
Yeah. Justice for Jameson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to be
Oh,
back.
look at her. She's got a soul.
Is this the other prosecutor?
No, this is Catherine. This is...
Okay, I thought when you said they were switching off, I was like, are they switching off for them?
Oh,
Okay.
No,
puppies
not
and
for
kittens
today.
like her.
Yeah, you'll love her. You will. There's no way you won't.
What's Catherine's last name?
Bernard.
Catherine Bernard. Yes,
Oh,
I
see,
feel like
Megan's being good and actually like writing down names, and I'm like, oh, nice one.
the nice one.
So
Well, we have to
I
get to know
scored
these people.
I scored the prosecutor and she got a 7.8 for her opening.
Oh, you
Not
gave her a
great.
7.8. Okay, that's actually
Yeah.
pretty high. That's pretty high.
You know, well, so her appearance is good. She had a very
Yeah.
good appearance.
She did.
Her speech, while she had a bunch of ums, she was very clear with her projection and very,
True. We could
very
hear
clear.
her. So that's high marks.
Her
yeah.
PowerPoint, from what it showed, seemed a little messy for a jury to kind of follow. Her explanation of the charges were okay. I gave her an 8 because she laid them all out. I mean, she didn't go like super into detail, but she laid them out. Her summary was kind of like just generic. And then the just overall presentation, she relied too much on the PowerPoint where she didn't exactly have it memorized. And every time she looked at the PowerPoint, it would throw her off a little bit and she'd have to regather her train of thought. And that threw me off every time.
Interesting. I love this. I like this scoring system you have going on. This is great.
As like I'm in school and like when I had to do a mock trial, this is like stuff we got graded on. So I'm like, from an educational standpoint, I'm like, her presentation was okay.
She doesn't have that irritating upspeak or the vocal fry
Right.
either. And it's not a quavery voice because a lot of women will do that like quavery kind of not very confident
like
voice.
in the Karen Reed
Yes.
trial.
Yeah.
That unfortunate,
Yes.
that unfortunate woman.
And that
She
will
always
make
sounded
me
like
That's
wanna
why I
repeal the
gave her an 8
1990s.
out of 10. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Mo. Totally, that makes a big difference. So that we'll see how Catherine does. I really like, first of all, right off the bat, her blouse is making me zero right in. It's really nice and bright, and it matches the flag, so that nothing is clashing. It would be very unfortunate if she were wearing like maroon when you're standing in front of that flag. You don't want to clash with the background with the American flag. I love it. I love the red and blue. And her hair, I'm gonna give it a little lower of a score than the prosecutors, because again, I think when you have this much hair, you need to tie it back in court, because it's gonna get messy at some point. It already looks like she needs to brush it again. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's also not great. I give it about a 7. You know, about a 7. She has beautiful hair though, and it looks like it's in good shape.
know.
So that's good.
Yeah,
She doesn't have any like loose or frayed ends, which is like
Right.
her ends look nice.
They do. But do you see how the back is getting hung up on the jacket? This is a big pet peeve of mine. Like the back of your hair, when you have it down, it never looks good, like hardly ever. And because your shoulders are moving and you're moving, it'll sometimes get hung up. And now you're seeing like, frizz is starting to grow behind. And she just got up. And the more she moves around, the worse that's going to get back there, which is why every time we're in court and we see the court cameras on the back of the heads of female lawyers, we're all like, does no one own a brush? It is because it does that. It just, these are just things to think about when you're in court. I would like to see her with an updo. I would like to see her with her hair in a bun.
I'm sad to say you will not during this 1 month trial.
And she likes to wear it the way she wears it, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. At least this camera angle is good, so we see her from the front instead of from the back, because I guarantee you, if we had to look at her hair from the back, we would be like, where's the brush? Where's the brush? Brush your hair.
Well, I
And
can't
that's
wait
what
for you to see Fox. I'm excited about this. It's getting me.
I do like her juxtaposition. She seems much less severe, much less authoritative. The prosecutor talked at the jury, and I'm wondering if she's going to talk with the jury or to the jury, because it was a lot more professorial, instructive from the state's attorney. You should probably take down these notes, these notes, these notes. It was very authoritative. So it was much more like a professor, I want you to note these things for the quiz, whereas I wonder if hers is going to be more open and personable. And juries do respond to that. They don't like to be talked down to. Just because you're a lawyer and you understand these intricacies, we are not stupid because we are sitting over on the other side. We can understand concepts if we can't maybe put them in the correct terms of art, for legal stuff, but we're not, functionally stupid and had to be told how to put our pants on.
Yeah.
If you wear pants.
Pants or prison.
All right. Is everybody ready? We're going to get to get your scorecards ready. Remember, we're focusing on presentation. Can we hear her? We're focusing on, is she conversational? Does she lay out her facts clearly? Does she seem like she knows what she's talking about? What else am I missing, Flux? Am I missing anything?
If she has a PowerPoint, if they show it, we're just trying to see if it looks messy or
is messy or well put together. All right, here we go.
Speaking with you today after a very long week, last week of jury selection. And so again, I'll echo how grateful we are for your time. And we'll get right into it. The evidence is going to show that there is no way that those two individuals sitting at that table caused any injuries whatsoever to their infant child, Jamison Timms. A much loved, a much wanted child who did have some medical issues. That's why his mom was taking him to the doctor. She never realized that simple act of trying to find out what was going on with her son might lead her to the nightmare that she and her husband have faced for the past 3 years. So let's get into it. We expect the evidence is going to show, as we heard, that Brady and Carrie Timms were married. They had met all the way back in middle school. They had both had other relationships in their lives, and in fact, Brady came to their marriage with a stepson who who's now 9 years old, but they very much wanted to have children of their own. And the evidence will show that Carrie Timms was not sure that she would ever be able to have children. She has some medical conditions of her own. As you can see your own self, she's a physically very tiny person. And she has a condition known as Ehlers-Danlos, which it deals with collagen production and the joints of the body. Brady Timms also has a history in his family of folks who have had back pain, fractures, and other injuries that we are now associating with the constellation of conditions that are known as brittle bone syndrome. This refers to, the evidence will show that this is referring to a condition overall known as osteogenesis imperfecta. Basically, that something goes a little bit different when your bones are being formed and you need that bone mineralization. The evidence is going to show, because you will be hearing from lots of doctors, that this can be caused by all sorts of things. Vitamin D deficiency, medications that people have been taking, including blood pressure medications, anti-nausea. You'll hear evidence that those things can actually affect the serotonin levels in your body, and that serotonin is a key ingredient of bone growth. And so you'll learn that these conditions are something that can affect the way that bones are created. And so Carrie was thrilled to learn that she was pregnant with Jameson. It wasn't always the easiest pregnancy. She did deal with nausea and blood pressure issues, which is why she was prescribed certain medications that she later learned could have an impact on bone mineralization for her child. But of course, she's an excited first-time mom. She's doing everything she can to stay healthy for the delivery of her baby. But the delivery of the baby wasn't an easy one. She actually went to the hospital, I believe it was, the evidence will show 2 days before Jameson was actually delivered. And it was a very challenging delivery. She had to be given Pitocin and other medications in order to induce this very long, difficult delivery. And we believe the evidence will show that when it comes to the tiny healing fractures that some skeletal surveys showed on Jameson Timms' tiny body, that the only logical explanation for those tiny fractures that you will hear from multiple medical experts is that there may have been an excessive contractive force during that birth process that created tiny healing fractures.
What was that?
On the edges of
someone
7th, 8th, and 9th rib.
Someone's thermos cup, probably. Yeah.
For a second,
Someone's
I
cooking.
Court reporter's face
Yeah, did you see her
was
face?
like,
Look at his face. Look,
I was
for
like,
a
Mom's
second,
getting the
I
fly
thought-
swatter.
She's actually looking at Fox right now. You'll see a ton of that. You'll see whoever's sitting there will look at the DA's office a lot.
It sounded like there was a yogi in the courtroom and hit a singing bowl right at that moment. I'm like, wait a minute. What the heck was that? I love the court reporter's face. All right, I'm adding that to the bingo card. Court reporter stink eye. That's a funny one. I'm adding that. I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished with our first bingo card, which will probably be not as fun as the bingo cards going forward because we don't know anything about this case yet. And so I won't have anything I can put in here that we can definitely count on. I've got one more square. Somebody give me something for the other square. I'll tell you what I have so far. We've got the simulation does not disappoint. Megan decides to hate the prosecutor. Sidebar, I haven't decided to hate her yet. I am not there. Sidebar, judge gets annoyed. Which citing, which is always possible and likely in these cases. Dumpster moment, lazy investigator. Megan's blood pressure meds stop working. I didn't even take them today. I better do that. Hair talk, overruled. Mo makes us all snort. Unqualified caseworker. What a bitch. State lies. Conflicting testimony, drunk or high witness, could always happen. It might happen. Coffee in the gallery, evidence of witchcraft or devil worship, which I have a feeling is going to come into this case. I just do. Blink rate anomaly. Prosecutor earns Mo's hate. Prosecutor earns Flux's hate. Jennifer explodes, because you know that's going to happen at some point. Court reporter stink eye, and we've got one more.
The C
Philip
word.
Kraft in chat says weird court noises. Weird courtroom noises.
Weird.
Good
Which
idea.
I've already heard a few. That's gonna happen again.
That's going to happen again. All right, but we have to start
I'm
over
just
from the
shocked
beginning.
that
from
they
the-
have a timeline because the Georgia case I'm covering, like, I don't know if calendars haven't reached Georgia, if it was February all the time,
February.
but these people are like, it was about 2000, or 1999, 1998, 2000, that thereabouts. I'm like, what time? Well, I don't have a calendar. I'm like, what's today? Like, Georgia, blink twice if you need help.
Why am I so red? I look like a tomato today. I don't think I got sunburned, but I feel like I'm very red. I've turned the light all the way to cool. I have no red lights anywhere near me, but I am pink as hell.
You're just excited about this trial.
Yes.
Yes, I'm all flushed with excitement or something, but I look like a tomato. I don't know what's going on with my lighting, but I'm going to have to do something about it. Maybe it's my makeup. Did I go too pink today? I don't know, but all right. I put the bingo link in the chat.
I knew, girl. We need a drag queen, like, to do all of our makeups.
No, you don't. I had that done once in college, and I looked like a dude in makeup. It was terrible.
Dang it. That's the only way I'm ever going to get, like, cat eyeliner that matches.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work well for females. I'm telling you. Don't do
Dang
it.
it.
All right, I have put the bingo link in the chat. I can't pin it because I then would have to take my other pin chat down. So, mods, if you could just copy it and just put it up there every once in a while. The bingo link is in the chat. Girls, I'll put yours in the private chat so you can access it. And I'm generating my bingo card.
Awesome sauce.
All right, let's see. How do I generate this? I did that. Oh, I just have to go to the link. Duh. Okay. All right. So obviously we can check off free, and we're going to start from the beginning. So, except unless you guys already hate the prosecutor, don't you? One of you said you hated the prosecutor for the dumb metaphor.
That was me. Yeah, I thought it
Okay.
was absolutely stupid. I don't like.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd go. No, I hate it. That was a really stupid. That was a really stupid
but
opening line.
Is it hate worthy? Do you hate her yet?
No, we'll reserve the hate for something a little more hatey.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
And her telling me how to write my notes did inspire, like, a pre-chub hate boner, but I'm not fully there yet.
Mo makes me snort. Mo makes a snort. There it is. There, the pre-chub hate boner. Oh my god.
And this is how I normally think. So, superpower or detriment, you decide. My husband usually says detriment when we're in the middle of big lots.
Pre-chub hate boner. Okay, but you're saying now you're not quite there at the full erection hate
No,
boner, right?
no.
We're just
I don't need
pre-chub.
to see a doctor. It hasn't lasted
No
for
full
4
hate
hours
boner
yet.
yet.
It hasn't lasted 4
I
hours.
think
But I'm considering.
it's unfair for me to vote just because I was there. So I of course,
So
I
you-
hate them.
You already
you hate
have
her.
the full
Well,
hate
that's why
boner.
I didn't put you on here for Jennifer hates the prosecutor. I put you in Jennifer explodes.
Oh
Because
yeah, okay,
I feel like that's going to happen at some point. All right, here we go.
So the birth goes as well as can be expected under the circumstances, and Brady and Carrie are overjoyed by their new son, Jameson. They're, as sometimes new parents are, worried about every little thing that pops up. And so, of course, they're taking their child to well baby visits, doing everything that's recommended from the doctor. But they had a scary experience in November when Jameson started displaying some markings on his body that didn't make sense. Carrie calls her friend who's a nurse and is concerned, what could this be? And so out of an abundance of caution, they take the child up to Erlanger in Chattanooga, which is where that skeletal survey was performed, where the full workup was performed, because the Timms are simply desperate to know what's going on with their child. And so at that point, blood work is done, skeletal x-rays are done, but unfortunately, Erlanger loses the blood work that was done in November. And so at that time, there is actually some interest from DFACS. They tried to look into what could be going on. But of course, after home visits, talking to the family, seeing what's going on, observing Jamison, observing the family, they realized there's no child abuse going on, and they simply hold.
I recognize that move that the judge just did. Did anybody see that the chair shift? I recognize that. This is a my ass is hurting. I do it in this chair all the time. In fact, I need a new chair. Mo, your chair looks really comfy. I feel like I need a much comfier chair because I am constantly shifting.
And it has a remote.
Oh,
Be peanut butter and jealous.
Oh, I am so jealous. I want one of those. I feel like I wouldn't fit in here, though. I may have to wait till I get my new office space.
That is the hard thing. When you have to get kind of a not office chair, you have to adapt everything around to make it office-like. So I had to get like a rolly desk and everything. And then Mr. Mo's like, when we finally move you to the real office, I have this whole thing set up. I'm like, that is great. You set that up because I have no idea what I'm doing here.
All right, the chat is reminding me to go take my blood pressure meds. I probably should. I'll be right back.
On to what records they can until the next time that Jamison comes into the doctor. And now the evidence is going to show that the reason that Carrie and Brady carried Jamison to the doctor on January 12th of 2021 is that he had an abrasion on his cheek. He had scratched himself and it wasn't healing. Carrie had put coconut oil on it. That didn't seem to work, so she had tried some Vasifor. But again, she was worried. It wasn't getting better, so she took the child to the doctor. And it was that visit with Dr. Sarah Harbin-Pickett that resulted in the DFACS referral. And you'll hear about this injury that was alleged to have occurred under Jamison's tongue. But you'll also see the evidence shows that that injury was something that CHOA couldn't find the next day. So when you think about what happened on January 12th, what happened is that parents took their child to the doctor and followed all the instructions of the doctor, not knowing that at that point the trap had been laid for all of their actions as concerned parents to then become characterized as child abuse. There was a blizzard coming in on January 13th, 2022.
There are blizzards in Georgia?
I think it was one of those weird years where El Nino or La Nino, one of the Ninos.
Megan, you can have a quarter of an inch of snow predicted and everything here shuts down.
It's like Oklahoma. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been there. I've been in Oklahoma for it was actually my cousin's wedding, and they got an inch of snow and the entire freaking state shut down.
Yes.
And I'm like, people, it's an inch of snow. How the hell are you? No, why are you? They shut down certain streets going certain ways, and you could only go on one street here, one street. It was crazy. I'm like, Jesus, don't come to New York. Never, ever, ever go to New York in the winter. You people will die. You'll literally die. You will just fall down by the side of the road and die without knowing how to drive.
Yeah, we get scared real easy around here.
So when she says blizzard, does she mean light dusting?
It means a prediction of snow. I don't even know if it did snow then. It's a prediction of snow coming in.
Yeah. I call bullshit. Where's my button? She says there was a blizzard coming. That's bullshit. No, sorry, Catherine. That's I'm deducting.
Well, listen,
a quarter point.
But it is a big deal.
Is going off for this bullshit description of snow in Georgia as a blizzard.
Listen, blizzard's the wrong word. But remember, this is Carrie and Brady are 2 hours from this hospital. they're being
That-
asked to bundle up their newborn and take him to a hospital for what?
Oh, and also if you're in the South and there's a light dusting of snow coming, the roads are gonna shut down.
Have you seen Snowmageddon in
it might as
Georgia?
well be
Like-
a blizzard. It might as well be a
Terrifying.
blizzard. You know what this reminds me of? Have you seen this video? Literally, this is everyone in the South when snow is coming, and it's so freaking funny. We oh God. Wait, I gotta find it. Gotta get the bread. The bread
it's
and milk.
bread and
Oh,
milk. dude,
that's a
yes.
that's a Midwest thing. Bread,
It's a
milk,
real
and
thing.
eggs. We make French toast.
I don't know what the people in Georgia are doing.
This better not copyright strike me, is all I have to say. This better
This
not.
is-
but
This
it's
is
so
what they do in
funny.
the Northeast too.
This is every time anyone in this. Well, you're right. It's everyone in the entire. When a blizzard is coming, this is everyone.
I gotta get the bread and milk. I gotta get the bread and milk. Bread and milk. I gotta get the bread and milk. I gotta get the bread and milk. I gotta get the bread and They said snow. I gotta get the bread and milk. Oh my God. I gotta get the bread and milk. I gotta get the bread and milk. Oh my God.
That
You-
literally
It's so
happens.
true.
It's
It
ridiculous.
is.
Why?
I don't know what people are doing. I'm not part of this. I don't go and get bread and milk. I don't know what people are doing.
Jennifer, I do not go and get
I
bread
do
and
not
milk.
participate.
As
Listen,
a, you know, a transplanted Californian, I don't like living on the East Coast, even in the Northeast. Everyone's like the bread and milk, and I'm like, what about water? Like water, we should get that. Nope,
I don't
the
know.
milk and the
Listen,
bread.
Listen, COVID fixed me forever on this because I now have shelves full of flour and yeast. I can make my own bread, okay? At any
Right.
moment of the day, I can
No,
make
you
my
guys
own
have
bread.
it all wrong. You stock up at the liquor part. Screw bread and milk. You're going to be stuck with your family and your children wanting to go do snowmobiles. Stock up on Tito's and sparkling water. You'll have a much funner time.
Well, there's not enough
I
snow
gotta
here
get the
to do
Tito's.
snowmobiles.
I gotta get the Tito's. There's a blizzard coming. We should make a new video, Mo. There's a blizzard. There's gonna be snow. I gotta get.
Wait
the
till you
Tito's.
see my spring break or the summer break is coming, and it'll be like winter is coming from Game of Thrones, and moms just start bringing the wine and dropping it into their cart, and it's like summer is coming. And the White Walkers, they walk among us, and they will walk again, demanding snacks. And what are we doing? And irritated from their siblings,
Oh my
winter
God.
is coming.
You don't understand. My children just recently, because okay, we're a little low on the groceries, but not like terribly low. We're not starving. There's all kinds of things to make, right? There's pasta, there's sauces. There are things. What there aren't are bags of chips and Doritos because I refuse to buy that shit mostly. And so only Mr. Fox buys it and he's out of town right now. And so my children, for the last 3 days, when are you going to go grocery shopping? When are you going to go grocery shopping? There's no snacks in the house. I'm like, there's fruit. There's vegetables. Go to the garden and pick some pea pods and snap peas. And because they're out, get some cherry tomatoes. And they're like, last night they literally said to me, so we're just supposed to eat vegetables? Yeah. Slice up some cucumbers. Slice up some cucumbers, bitches. Let's go. Like, no, we're not doing Doritos. Absolutely not.
Oh,
And they're all acting like they're starving. And I'm the worst mother on earth.
We know you're not.
Lord.
Call Choa.
No.
Call Choa and report me.
Full body skeletal, like no Doritos. That dog won't hunt.
A full skeletal because your kid said there's no Doritos in the
Yeah,
house.
they would love that mess.
They'd be like, "Do you refuse to buy Top Ramen?" There's just, oh my gosh, Dayfax in Georgia is gonna send out these like Sarah McLachlan like mesothelioma things for kids. Like, do your parents buy you Great Value cereal? Do you not get Real Tricks? Have your parents tried to tell you that Great Value Oreos are the same? Please call Choa for your full body, skeletal
For
review.
your full body skeletal exam.
You've been hurt, and we're here to care for you. No money down unless your parents go to jail.
The doctor says, we need to see your baby for something else. You're going to take your baby in to be seen. And so that's what the Timms did. They loaded up Jameson, they loaded up his stroller and his car seat and his bag of toys and everything, and took him down to Choa, bringing grandparents with them to try to figure out what was going on with their baby. They didn't know that the steps had already been put into place for the state to seize custody of Jameson while they were still at the hospital and have Brady and Carrie escorted out by security before the blood results and workups were even back. And the evidence, it may sound a little bit crazy to y'all. And that's why it's going to be so important for you to listen to everything that comes to you from this witness stand and to listen to the evidence from the reports. Because the evidence will be right there in the reports that Jameson Timms was seized from his parents, not because he was an abused and injured child, but because somehow an officer from Gordon County was the first person to make it down to Choa on January 13th, 2022. That's right.
Okay, wait. Where's Gordon County?
That's
I
like
need to know
Calhoun.
geography to understand this.
That's where we're at during this trial. So it's Calhoun, Georgia. It's Gordon County.
Okay.
So
Georgia.
why is that important that an officer from Gordon was the first to make it to Choa?
So they're told to take their baby to Choa. DFACS has already been, because they went to Erlanger and they couldn't find anything, lost the blood work. There were no fractures on the skeletal surveys. They get back home. That doctor, child abuse pediatrician, calls child abuse pediatrician and Sarah Harbin-Pickett. They all start colluding. They call DFACS. DFACS goes to Tim's home. You'll hear about that. They have a visit. She finds nothing. She doesn't know what's going on. She tells them, you just take some parenting classes and you'll get these people off your back. Well, nothing's even been found. So why is DFACS even involved? They send this cop gets there. This investigator gets there before Carrie and Brady make it. Why is a police officer needing to go to a hospital for a baby that might be sick?
So they already had the plan in place to accuse them of child abuse.
Yes, it was ready to go. I mean, he shows up at the hospital, beats.
And wait till you people hear some of his testimony.
Oh,
wait until you hear the absolute bullshit that the investigation was total garbage. I'm just going to say that. There was none.
And this is actually answering, I do like the ways that she's breaking this down because, you know, I've had 6 children and the contractions with Pitocin they're much more profound. They're much stronger. They can lead to precipitous births or even birth injuries because it's like your body's contractions on steroids. So that to me, you know, could be a possible cause if he does have this osteogenic, whatever that is.
Just regular birth with children who are vitamin D deficient or have those brittle bone, just a regular vaginal birth will do it. So imagine with, like you said, with the Pitocin, you have then extra hard contractions. So yeah, absolutely that could happen. And the idea that prosecutor is like, you're going to hear other evidence. They say that other things could have happened, but that's not true.
Don't write that in the book. Don't write that down.
Don't write that down.
Their experts are going to tell you something kind of like the truth. But like Kellyanne Conway said, those are just, you know, false facts.
Yes, don't make up your
own
facts.
And I'm biased, obviously. Like, I know Catherine and I appreciate her. She was there for 2 trials for people I love and care about. So I'm biased in this situation. But listening to it now with you guys, she does a better job at breaking out this timeline. Like she makes everything sound more understandable than what Law did. So far we're getting a lot more details.
Yes. and it's raising more questions too for me. Like and yeah, I'm like, I do like the way that she's presenting it. She hasn't lost me. I'm not zoning out or anything. I'm definitely paying attention. She just got me with the blizzard thing in Georgia.
Well,
If I was on that
people
jury,
want a
I'd be like,
story.
what? People do want the story. So now I'm involved. There's bread, there's milk, there's a blizzard. It's a whole thing. They should have played that.
I haven't been distracted by her hand, so we're good there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and she has to very quickly, because no one wants to hear about a baby being hurt. No one wants to hear about that. So she has to very quickly, in a way that doesn't look disingenuous, but looks honest and open, explain how this is something that any parent could happen. She has to put those jurors, you were told by a doctor, you have to come here, your baby's in trouble. We want to do extra testing. Without the awareness that they have already kind of cooked up this back scheme to take your child away. Again, with this kind of case, you need to put every juror in this position that this is your child and kind of walk them through the story, because the state was just like, he got hurt here, and then some nebulous reason we've got all these injuries, and then he didn't have any injuries at the foster care. This is telling a story, and that's what you need, because no one likes someone hurting a baby. So you have to very quickly kind of get the crowd on your side and
also, I don't think anybody likes the prosecution telling them what to think or what to do. And I thought that was a mistake on her part, the way that she's like, you're going to think this, you're going to think that.
It's a tactic.
And I don't think Catherine's done that so far. She's just saying, what you're going to see is that this is what happened.
She knows, Megan, she knows that there's no evidence. So for Catherine, this is so easy and simple for her, because she's not wondering how this case is going to go. Catherine knows the evidence she has, and she knows the evidence the state has, which is none. They don't have any evidence that any injury or crime occurred. And Catherine knows that.
All right, guys, there are 246 of you here. Thanks for being here, by the way, for new content, a new trial, a new case to talk about. It's great that you're here, and I appreciate you. If you want me to turn off commercials, because I know they're annoying in the middle of a live stream, we have a goal to get to 20 super chats, and I will turn off the monetization. Otherwise, I got to pay the bills somehow, because my kids are begging for that junk food that I have to go and buy them, I guess. Otherwise, they're going to make my life a living hell. So I guess send Dorito funds. Ugh, yuck. I'll try and buy the natural ones, like from the crunchy aisle, maybe.
Megan, you need to do like one of those hauls where all these people that are freaking out that SNAP and EBT won't let you buy ding dongs anymore. So they went like on a ding dong, like an escape from fat camp, like the chunky kid and me, like grocery trip.
Oh, God, that's funny. Also, don't forget, scrolling across the bottom of the screen, there's different ways that you can send a tip if you want. You can do it on Cash App. You can do it on Venmo. You can do it through Super Tips. Super Tips are really fun. Super Tips are so much fun. It's pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube. And don't forget meganfox.locals.com, where you will get notifications. You should be following me there for free. I always post when I'm going live, because YouTube never tells you when I'm going live. So if you want to know, you got to go to Locals. Also, for those of you who are subscribers on Locals, there is a live chat, and I have fired that back up this morning. I need to log in over there and see if any of you are there. But the fun part about the Locals chat is that you can post memes. So as we go through this trial, I know we're going to have some, and that's the place to put them. So, all right, let's continue after that public service announcement.
The evidence will show that before any doctorate show up at the Stephanie Blank Center for Healthy and Safe Children, before any doctor ever saw Jamison Timms, who they saw was Jody Faulkner, sitting in the waiting room for hours and hours, giving the impression that somehow a child abuse investigation had been undertaken up in Gordon County. That simply wasn't the case. The evidence will show that Brady and Carrie were at all times compliant, appreciative, trying to do their best with the doctors. You will see that Carrie complained about the cleanliness of the room at Erlanger. Again, new mom, very concerned about the situation. but you will repeatedly hear from the doctors and see in their reports that this is a family who genuinely wanted to know what was going on, who followed the instructions of the doctors to try to see what was going on. Now, you will hear that Carrie was anxious and tearful when these issues came up about her child. And again, I think you'll understand that fairly naturally. You'll see that almost immediately, this accusation of child abuse colored the entire treatment that the Timms family received at CHOA. That in fact, Jamison appeared as a perfectly healthy infant, but for the scratch on his face. That you'll hear the state refer to multiple broken bones, but you will see on the skeletal x-rays that this is not some child who has been struck or thrown against something, or that anything has been done with enough force to injure an infant that way. You'll see that the only thing that makes sense is what the multiple experts, the pediatric radiologists, the geneticists, the experts on blood coagulation will tell you is very likely a routine birth injury that many more children have than we ever find out about, because it is so difficult to do x-rays of a tiny infant. And in fact, you will hear that the x-ray to which Jamison was subjected at CHOA on January 13th even caused bruising on his back. And that this was one of those instances that terrified and frightened the Timms. When their baby was taken away from them, they asked to be able to watch and to see the proceeding, but they were denied that. And when Jamison came back to them, he was crying, upset, and had a bruise on his back that was not there before. So the experience at CHOA, you will hear, was immensely traumatic. And in fact, you will hear about the security guard simply escorting them out, only moments after they had just been told, we're waiting to get the blood work back. We need to see what's going on. But they didn't even wait to get that blood work back. So you will hear from the experts that CHOA had, that the state had access to, that their own blood work soon revealed a variant of unknown significance on the very genetic site that is responsible for collagen production, and that would be most likely to be related to the possibility of minor fractures or well, they call it a compression fracture, but the evidence is going to show from expert pediatric radiologists that at the most, it was a loss of vertebral height that would have needed an MRI in order to determine if it could actually be characterized as a compression fracture. And you'll notice in the medical records that CHOA repeatedly refers to different vertebrae. Sometimes it's T10, sometimes it's T11, sometimes it's T12. But what we know is that none of those instances, the evidence will show, are related to child abuse, because you'll hear from experts like Dr. Hutchison, a pediatric radiologist, who will tell you that anything that would be significant enough to cause a compression fracture to an infant would also be associated with bleeding in the eyes, bleeding in the brain, other serious injuries, and that this particular presentation has nothing to do with child abuse. You'll hear that from doctors who haven't examined Jamison. You'll hear that from doctors who have only looked at the test results, the inadequate test results from CHOA that were still sufficient to show the genetic variant related to osteogenesis imperfecta. But you'll also hear it from the doctors that have examined Jamison personally. And that's the question that you'll need to ask yourself as you listen to these witnesses, as you hear the evidence come before you. You'll have to ask, did these people lay hands and eyes on Jamison? Because you will hear a lot of evidence about DFAC's protocols and the actions that they took, and the investigation of the home of Brady and Carrie Timms that revealed nothing out of order, nothing whatsoever that would indicate any child abuse. You'll hear from the pediatric geneticist who has personally treated Jamison, who has treated countless families experiencing similar situations, who has seen examples of child abuse and who is confident that there was no child abuse
Courtroom
here
coughing.
whatsoever, and that you have a family who is honestly seeking
I'm marking it
any
off on my bingo.
explanation for what may be going on with their child. So you'll ask yourself, as each of the witnesses testify, have they examined Jameson? Are they in a position to make a judgment about whether or not these irregularities on the skeletal survey or these injuries that the parents brought the child in for themselves reflect any more than a common childhood incident, or whether they actually reflect the horrific, disgusting criminal intent that the state is alleging. Now, the object of this trial is to discover the truth. And the state is the one who has this very, very high burden of having to show to you through the evidence what allegedly happened to Jameson. But even in their opening statement, they can't tell you what happened to Jameson because the evidence will show that the only thing that happened was that he had caring, loving parents who made sure to take him to the doctor for each and every little thing that could possibly be wrong. You will hear about the possibility of bone metabolic issues that are genetic and perhaps environmental. And you will hear about a defects investigation that was not alone in its finding inaccurately of what was going on. You will hear evidence that unfortunately mistakes like this by defects have become so common and problematic and destroyed so many families that DFACS actually had to institute an entirely new protocol on February 14th of this year, 2025, that provides that in all cases where a diagnosis of non-accidental injury, i.e. child abuse, is being made by one of their child abuse pediatricians, i.e. people who are specialized in child abuse, that the parents are entitled to a second medical opinion. You'll hear how ridiculous it is that that had to be a new protocol, that they had to be able to get a second medical opinion.
Yes.
And you'll also hear that their new protocol is that every child abuse pediatrician is required to sign a medical attestation form that says, I have examined this child's medical history.
Oh my
and
God.
I am confident in my diagnosis of child abuse. But what you're also going to hear in this case is that none of the child abuse pediatricians who were involved, Dr. Stephen Messner, Dr. Garina Brown, or Dr. Carla Garcia, have signed such a form for Jameson Timms. And the state doesn't think that they have to. And so you'll hear evidence about why they might not want to do this.
Wow.
And it will be related to
Oh, they're going to
fact
tell you
that
why they're not going to do
DFACS
it.
Well, they weren't forced to
Wow.
close the case. They closed the case because there was no evidence that these individuals ever intentionally harmed their baby. That is the evidence that you will hear about why DFACS has ceased in its efforts to limit contact between Jameson Timms and Brady and Carrie Timms, his loving parents, who have fortunately been able to see him a great deal while he is in the custody of his grandparents.
See, she gave so much more information of like where Jameson is now. Like, the state didn't do that.
She's killing it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love her.
Brady and Carrie don't come before you with any burden, and you will hear from them their own words, their own testimony, even though they have no obligation to do that, and the judge will instruct you that if they don't do that, you won't hold it against them. But in this situation, where the accusations are so simultaneously disgusting, horrifying, and frightening, and yet completely unspecific as to what actions the state even might believe would somehow cause an infant to have small fractures on the edge of his ribs, but no bleeding on the brain, no blood in the eyes, no other evidence whatsoever. And you will be able to take the evidence that you hear from the stand, the medical evidence, as well as the factual evidence, the evidence from the people who have seen Brady and Carrie Timms interact with their child, the people who have seen them take their child to the doctor and be concerned about what are the explanations for any of these conditions that he may have. And you will see even testimony from folks who understand the stress and trauma associated with the DFACS investigation, that at every stage, they made themselves available. They didn't have anything to hide. And so, they won't come before you with evidence to show we know everything about the full genetic range of every single thing that could possibly be wrong with Jamison Timms. In fact, you'll hear evidence that Jamison is a happy, healthy boy, and that really the trauma in this case was associated with being ripped away from his parents. You'll see that in the medical records, and you'll see it in many places, but one that I'm going to ask you to start looking out for now is in the blood pressure that Choa reported on January 13th, after his parents brought him down there thinking, we're gonna find out what's going on with our baby, not realizing that the trap had already been set for them. And you'll see normal blood pressure for Jamison Timms. But then, when his parents are taken away from him,
oh God, this is going to break my heart.
Up. It goes up, and you get the little exclamation mark that shows this is something to be worried about. And it never goes back down.
Oh, Jesus.
That was a loved and wanted and baby who was treated with nothing but love and care from his parents for the entire 3 months of his short life. But the minute he was ripped away from them, his blood pressure went up and it never went down. Even the foster mother, the evidence will show that Jamison didn't appear to have anything wrong with him except that he wouldn't stop crying. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that that makes perfect sense. That he wouldn't stop crying because he was taken away from the people he loved and who loved him. Not dangerous abusers, but caring, loving parents desperately seeking an explanation for any small thing that could possibly be wrong with him. And you'll also hear, and keep an eye out for this, is this was all happening during some of the worst of the COVID pandemic. And so you'll repeatedly see references in the medical records to staffing limitations. Well, that was why we couldn't send a DFACS social worker down to Choa. We had staffing limitations, so we had to send a detective. Well, we couldn't come up with a safety plan to bring him back with his parents because of staffing issues, so we had to go ahead and seize him. So, ladies and gentlemen, over the next weeks, put yourself back in those early days of the COVID pandemic, during this staffing time, and new parents who want nothing more than the best for their child, and listen to every piece of evidence that comes from you, whether it's medical, whether it's fact, whether it's from people here in Calhoun, Georgia, who've grown up with these folks and know them, whether it's people who know them as parents, as friends, as church members, whether it's from medical doctors who only know them through medical records, or whether it's from medical doctors who know them from watching them interact with their child, Jamison Timms. And you will come to one conclusion from all of these people, and that is that there is no way that Brady and Carrie Timms abused Jamison Timms. And you might see evidence of the state trying to drive them apart and set them against each other and say, well, we know you didn't abuse your baby, but what if your husband or wife did? And you will hear evidence that neither one of them
Hey,
fell
Roz.
for that. You will hear evidence that Carrie Timms is in no way the kind of person who would ever tolerate anyone being violent or dangerous towards her baby. And you will ask yourself, who is honestly seeking the truth here? Who, with all the power to investigate and control the situation, who is honestly seeking the truth? And it will be Brady and Carrie Timms. And the truth that you will see is that they did not abuse Jamison Timms. Thank you.
All right, that is the end of opening statements, and we are. I've got some notes here. I think I'll start with what I think about how she did, and then we'll go down the list. First thing that I noted was that she started out by empathizing with the jury, which is a good thing to do, saying we value your time and we know that it was a really long jury selection process. So I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass. Let's get going. I thought that was a good thing to do. She also didn't do the thing where she tells them what to think. She just laid out her case. I thought the simple act of seeking help would lead to this. When she said that parents, with that simple act of just seeking help for a sick child, that right there really wraps up what this case is about and why parents should be so concerned about these medical kidnapping cases. You go to the doctor, you say something is wrong, and next thing you know, you're embroiled in a horrific case of alleging child abuse, which is garbage. So I liked that she said that, because I think that plays into those fears of that every parent, anyone sitting on the jury, would have. I liked also at the end when she started talking about DFACS protocols and intimating that there's lazy investigation and lazy work being done that led to these problems, and whether it was COVID and your staffing issues, or who cares what it is, why you people can't do your job, that's a you problem. That's not a Tim's problem. It's not anybody else's problem but you, and you shouldn't be taking it out on innocent people. She wasn't using a slideshow. She was using just her notepad. We didn't have any technical things to look at or to distract the jury with, which I think is a good choice, because she didn't seem to need anything. She had it all laid out, and she only referred to her notes a few times. And then this was great when she said, even in the opening statements, they can't tell you what happened to Jamison. They can't tell you. And that's true. And if you're on the jury, you're like, yeah, that's right. They didn't say how these injuries happened. Who did this to him? Why? And you're just saying they did it, but you're not saying how. So that raises a big question if I'm on the jury. The mistakes with DFACS became so common, the law had to be changed. That is huge. That will be a big part of this case, I'm imagining. And if I'm on that jury, I'm like, what? Send them home now. Send them home now. Like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I don't need to hear anymore. DFACS is so bad and their mistakes are so numerous that the law had to be changed just now because of this case and other cases around. Yeah, that's not going to cut it for me. Also, child abuse, that part about the child abuse pediatricians having to sign a form, and yet no forms are signed in this case about that. Yes, I reviewed the medical history. Isn't that the absolute basic thing you should do, is review a child's medical history before proclaiming that it's abuse? I'm looking forward to hearing that.
That attestation came out in, February 14th. Candace Brose, who's the DHS commissioner here, she put that into place February 14th. So of this year. So while this was 3 years ago, the defense attorneys went to these child abuse pediatricians and said, hey, we have this new form. We'd like you guys to sign this before criminal trial. And they refused to sign it. That's why she brought that up, is Stephen Mesner, Rita Brown, they refused to sign it. Wow. And they'll tell you why on the stand when they're asked.
Wow. Well, I imagine because it's because of negligence or liability.
Our legal department has told us.
Yeah, our legal department didn't want us to sign it because it would make us liable. Yeah. I thought that her hitting there is no evidence that these people abused this child was really strong. That was really strong. I was sitting up listening very closely. I felt that was very strong. If I'm on the jury, I'm now shifting my focus to the state. Prove it, losers. Prove it. Defendant will testify. That's always an exciting moment for juries, isn't it? To hear that these defendants, they don't have to, and they're not required to, and you can't hold it against them if they don't. But they are so wronged in this that they're going to take the stand and they're going to tell you everything that these people over here did to them. And they're going to convince you that they're innocent. I love that. I love that part. I mean, I'm all for defendants not testifying because it can always go wrong. But I think in these cases, I think it needed to, both in the Hernandez case and this case, that both the defendants testified. And that was a good choice.
I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but if you want me to give a little spoiler.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
They end up not taking the stand. Carrie and Brady.
Oh, darn it.
They do not take the stand. But it's a very good decision because the last day, you just could feel it, Megan. Like, you don't need to.
You don't need it.
You do not need to. So if that makes sense, it was the right decision.
It does, because if you're at a point where you have embarrassed the state so badly that your defendant doesn't even have to take the stand, then you obviously don't do it. But it's good for the jury to hear that they're willing to do it, that they're going to get up and tell you everything you want to hear. Yeah. But I mean, yes, if it's a strategy decision at the end when you're like, we got this in the bag, baby. We don't need it. There's no point in making the jury sit there longer. The blood pressure part, oh my God, about the baby's blood pressure going up and not coming down after being taken from parents. Folks, you have to understand that there is documented evidence that removing infants from all children, but infants especially from parents in these cases, removing them from their mother, especially when they're breastfeeding infants, causes brain damage. Literal brain damage. There are studies that have been done. The neural pathways in the brain are forming every day in infants, and they're growing so fast, and they're making these connections, their neural pathways. And when you remove an infant from its parents, those neural connections, they stop connecting, and that baby will have lifelong consequences and brain damage. It is well-known evidence. This has been referenced by the Supreme Court, who has said, removing a child from their parents is akin to the death penalty. That's how serious this should be taken. You should be so sure that you are doing the right thing, because what you are doing to that child is sentencing them to a lifelong struggle because they have been removed from their parents. So it better be a good reason. You better have a good reason, and it better actually be abuse. And it just makes me angry to hear that these medical problems have happened because of that. All right, I am done. I give her high marks. I have not given her an actual rating. I'll leave that to Flux. Flux, what did you think?
She scored, in my opinion, she scored a 59 out of 60. Which puts her at an average of a 9.83, whereas the prosecutor got a 7.83, because overall, just better movement, like physically. For the prosecutor, she was very rigid and robotic, in my opinion, whereas with her, she was more fluid, I guess, and not as just rigid, essentially. And I have in my notes, Mo was right. She definitely had more of that motherly vibe versus a professor vibe. Whereas the prosecutor was very professor, like, this is how you're going to do it, ABC, where she was kind of more, let's go along this journey together, and I'm going to explain it to you in a way that it's like we're doing it together.
She's very
versus just talking at the jury. Like Mo said, she was talking with the jury. And I counted 2 ums, which is, I mean, there might have been more, but I only counted 2.
I did notice that instead of doing that, what she would do is go quiet and look at her notes instead of...
She would take the pause.
And she would take the pause.
You don't in public speaking,
that's a big deal.
It's okay to take a pause and to look at your notes.
Yeah.
And her not having a PowerPoint, that is the number one in bolded and circled, no PowerPoint, just legal pad. Yeah. That shows a confidence in your case where it's I don't need anything. I just have my legal pad as kind of a roadmap, and I'm going to lay it out.
And so much of it up here, every day and everything that happened. The only reason she wrote her notepad is what to talk about next. She knew everything.
And that's like one of the key, why I hate PowerPoints is because you could very distinctly tell with the prosecutor where she would look up at it, lose her place, find the bullet where she was at, and try and go. She was trying to piece her story together based off the PowerPoint. And when you're trying to collab what you know about the case versus what you have written down, and it creates a disconnect.
If the power
and
went out
whether
that day, would she have been able to give her presentation? No.
exactly. And it's one of those things where, do you know this case? Do you know this case? Are you comfortable presenting this case? And it did not appear that the prosecutor was. Versus the defense attorney that just had her notepad and she's like, here we go. We're going to do this. It was just, in my opinion, it was so much better. She got the only thing I did give her a mark against was the appearance. And in my opinion, that's just me professionally. If you're in a professional setting, I think you should have your hair pulled back away from your face. But again, that's just me, and it's not really anything important.
Flux, though, the sock bun or no sock bun? Because I feel like we have like a.
I like.
I feel
bun.
like
I gotta tell you, I
for
do.
court. Yeah, for court, I feel like you need a sock bun because it's like professional. You're like in a verbal fight, essentially.
It makes you look, ready to go to war. If your hair is down, the hair down, we even use it as a verbal expression, let your hair down, so that that's more casual. It's more, we're going to the beach today. When you're in a courtroom, that hair's got to go up, ladies. It just does, unless you have a bob, a shorter hairstyle that is, I think, over the shoulder.
Yeah.
Like if it's above your shoulders, then you wear it the way it's cut because you can't really put that up. But if it hits your shoulders and goes below, then you're dealing, I'm telling you, with the frizz and the weirdness.
Like this really spells out Catherine's personality because she's so chill and she will never look worried, confused, in a rush. She is very she can handle anything and she stays at the same level. So I feel like it's like her personality. She's just ready to go.
I do have my 3 C's. She marked all of the 3 C's for me, which is clear, calm, and collected. And when you're presenting your case, I look for that. And she was very clear. She was very calm, and she was very collected with her thoughts. So she got very high marks from me.
Yay!
I will also say though that the hair did not distract me. So that's good because there have been attorneys who hold on, let's see. I forgot to turn my phone off. Tug's calling. I have to tell him I'm alive. I guess he doesn't know. It didn't distract me. And I have seen attorneys whose hair has been so bad that it's distracting to me the entire time that they are speaking because it's messy or whatever. And hers is not like that at all. So it's not distracting to me. But like you said, it's just a personal preference. It has nothing to do with how good she is at her job. All right, Mo, what do you think?
So what I really liked about this attorney, I'm big with eye contact. You should have a command of your facts enough that you are looking down to sort of keep your flow, but you should have a command. And this lawyer versus the state's lawyer, the state outlined the law. This lawyer gave us the human perspective that law is supposed to be about. All of these cases can be, boiled down to statutes and criminal actions and things like that. But the actual job of our justice system is to kind of put a human face on this. And she really brought the humanity in without being, hysterical or over emotional. But she was able to bring that in. And you can really tell because the state wasn't as convicted in their case. And for the most part, prosecutors are fairly professional. But there are cases where you can tell that they are fighting for something, like the Idaho case or the Shanda Vander Ark case. You can tell when a prosecutor has seen great injustice and is willing to, work hard and have that passion in there. And she has that passion. You can tell she has, talked to her clients, that she knows their story inside and out. And she is irritated and angry for them. And she is advocating and warning the rest of us what she has seen happen, to the point that new statutes had to be brought in, that doctors aren't willing to sign, standing by their accusations. Again, that's the most damning thing to me. You have the power to take a child away from their family, and yet you're not willing to stand on your professional standards, which, looking at their medical history, should be a medical standard. I don't know why that legal would preclude you from actually looking at the medical chart when you're going to, say you're diagnosing someone.
Oh, and I want to bring up, because she brought up about the collagen tests, the OI testing that CHOA sent out, remember?
Yeah.
And they took the baby and kicked the parents out before that test even came back. The results came back, you guys, with a unknown significance to one of these collagens.
Yeah, I wrote that down. I did write that down. That's a very big deal.
It's a huge deal. And they still kept the baby from the parents. Once that result came in, they didn't say, uh-oh.
And did they did they investigate that? Did they go down that road, or they're just
only the parents did. Only the parents
Right.
did. Now, DFACS did close their case early on because they couldn't see anything, right? So they closed it. And that's why Brady and Carrie were allowed to visit with Jameson while being supervised so often. They had unlimited visitation. They just had to be supervised and no overnight with Jameson with them. So juvenile was really easy and did the right thing, in my opinion, here. It was criminal that messed it up. But that unknown significance, that's telling you, you sent out a test to see if there's something going on with this baby. It comes back saying, hey, there's a level.
There's
we don't
something
know
up.
what,
Yeah.
but there's something going on. And everyone's like, no, that's not important. That's crazy.
It's so strange because I have like a passel of children, so the maternity ward is kind of like my home away from home. They'll leave a light on for me, but I remember distinctly that a couple of my kids, they do a little heel prick to chest for a lot of genetic anomalies that might not show up. And, a couple of them, they said, okay, some of the values have come back. We've got to redo it. And you're going to have to stay in the hospital for another day. So, I mean, we are not without technology. We have the technology. And then for this to, again, I don't understand the motivation other than trying to prove that you, like Bob, are, good because engineers can't talk to customers and customers can't talk to engineers. So you're going to jump to conclusions, Matt. I mean, if you got that Office Space reference, you're my best friend.
I did.
But they are about as useful as tits on bulls. So I'm going to need them to do something, actual functional other than convert oxygen into carbon dioxide, because we have enough of those.
Well, and the prosecutor that you haven't met yet, Miss Fox, her son has OI, and he's older now. He's an adult. He has osteogenesis imperfecta. So to take this case all the way here, knowing one of these collagen genes came back that is linked to OI. And also, Megan, if people are going to go to You Are the Power, they can see the Talon family. We went public with them. It's the same prosecutor, Megan. It's going to be the same judge. It's the same bad doctors from CHOA, and they're going to try this case. It's the exact same story.
Why are they doing this? Do they just have nothing to prosecute there?
Is
there just no crime there?
It's so expensive too. I think they think families will give up. This costs the Timms.
But what does it gain them? What does it gain the state to prosecute innocent people? What does it gain them?
They get a win? I don't know.
They have all kinds, but they're not going to get a win. They're going to get loss after loss after loss, because we're going to be here making sure that we embarrass the shit out of the state of Georgia until they stop doing this.
Ryan said, "You're not going to win."
You are not going to. He did. He said that. Now, Rosalind, I know you came in here late. Were you watching it all? Did you see any?
No, I was really late. I was doing some other things, but no, I didn't get to watch any of it.
I
but
sent you the link wrong.
No, that's
late.
That's okay.
But anyway,
okay.
We're not gonna. I know I said I was gonna end at 11 today, but if you guys have time, I really want to get on to the first witness.
I do have a question.
Yes. question.
Is there an outbreak, or are they looking into because this is now 3 cases of osteogenic, or the bone deficiency in a relatively small area or state? Are
Oh
they
my God,
looking
this
at
is a good point.
environmental
Environmental
factors or some
causes?
kind of, because I noticed that
Like
they
some in
said,
the water.
deficiencies.
well,
Maybe.
what they had put out, and I wonder if this is what we're going to see next, is if anti-nausea medicines taken in the first trimester
You will hear that. Yeah. Yeah. They talk about that.
lead to lack of absorption for the fetus, if this is going to be a new thing, if this is a stopgap by big pharma basically saying, I know I'm going full Joe Rogan, but this does kind of, I mean, again, this is not a common genetic thing to have happen. So to have 3 cases within one city, and this is something that they seem to be narrowing in on, is there environmental factors in Georgia that is making this more prevalent, or is there an overprescription of the nausea kind of preventatives in pregnancy?
Maybe.
Well, for our these aren't all in the same area. We're all about 2 hours from Choa. And then you have the Sullivan family, and they're in South Georgia. So, but their babies were born in the NICU. They were early. So each family has like the same stuff, but just a little bit different, right? So there's like
Did
little
any of
different.
you take those? Do you know if any of the moms took those anti-nausea drugs?
Yes.
Did
Not
they
all
all?
of them. Taki Hernandez did not. Yes, Carrie, it gets brought up. Carrie did. Terilyn Alexander did.
Is that Zofran? Is that
Yeah.
what it was? Zofran?
Which you'll hear from one of the defense witnesses. It's not even legal in other countries.
What?
It's not even
Yeah,
legal.
so for no, and it's it's an off-label prescription, because I believe it's for chemotherapy nausea, but they
Oh
found
my
that it
God,
worked.
they never told me that. They gave me that. I took that. Thank God I didn't take a lot of it, because I started going to acupuncture, which worked a lot better actually for my nausea, and I could actually eat. But I was so sick with my 3rd baby. I was so sick. No, first was the first one. I was so sick I couldn't keep anything down but watermelon, because it tasted the same coming back up. So I just figured,
Mo, you made a good
Oh.
point. If Jameson didn't have the markings that came and went and the abrasion, they would have never even x-rayed this baby and ever known that he had any fractures. So that's a really big part of this too. A lot of these babies you wouldn't even know. And you'll hear from some of the witnesses, it's hard to even call these fractures. Some of these radiologists or geneticists, they don't believe that it's actual fractures. They believe it's bone demineralization, and it's reforming itself, and it's trying to rebuild. So you're going to hear that not all of these these aren't fractures.
Well, yeah, no, and the amount of force you would have to do, because the baby's bones are so malleable, to get an actual, like a green stick
Yes.
or a full fracture would be, you would have internal bleeding, you would have spleen lacerations, you'd have internal
Not
organ
according
laceration.
to Stephen Mesner. You could just hold the baby and squeeze for a really, 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 really long time, and bones will start breaking, but there will be no bruising. That's what
Who
Choa
the fuck
believes.
sits down and thinks about this crap?
Who squeezes the baby?
Is there any science behind that, or are we just making shit up now?
I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure that's not how things
That's
work.
not how things work. That's really not how it works.
I'm
by the
no
way,
doctorologist either.
I'm dropping
But,
You Are the Power socials in the chat. Those are the ones that Jennifer would like shared. For her, it's You Are the Power official or YATP official on Twitter. And of course, I have linked You Are the Power's YouTube channel in the description of this video where we are watching the trial. Let's move on to the first witness in the case, because I've got time and I'm into this now. So now I'm not going to stop, because I just can't. Here we go. And if any of you do need to drop out at some point, this is an hour long. I don't know if we'll get through all of it, but we're going to try and get through a lot. Dr. Sarah Harbin-Pickett. Is everybody ready for this? Here she comes. I hate 3 names, I'm telling you.
It's so pretentious.
Can you state your full name for the record?
Sarah
But what if
Harbin-Pickett.
you actually
Oh,
have 3 names?
What do you mean? How do you have 3 names? Nobody has 3 names.
Like
The Duke has
one of
4
my
names.
friends, one of my friends, she has it's like 3 first names for a name. Like,
Uh-oh, that's also
her
a bad
middle
sign.
name. Her middle name is like a first name, and her last name is like a first name. She's like, yeah, I don't have a middle name or a last name. It's just 3 first names.
How did her mom ever tell her she was in trouble? Like Mary, Catherine, Mary, get over here.
Look at this face too. This face.
Oh my god.
My pause game is on point. I already dislike her.
The femininity of a
what
young
kind of-
Janet Reno.
What kind of doctor is Sarah Harbin-Pickett?
Pediatrician. She's the
Not a child. Is she a child abuse pediatrician or just a regular pediatrician?
No, she is just a pediatrician.
All right. And was she the Timms pediatrician or she's just somebody at the She was.
She was. She's been very popular in the Calhoun area, and she might be even more popular now since this trial went out in a negative way.
Oh boy. All right. Well, here we go. I already don't like the look of her. I don't like her face.
Yep.
I don't hate her hair though. She's got some banging curls in there, and they look like they're well taken care of. So it's not bad.
And it's the right length.
The Harbin Clinic.
It's the right length.
And what
Yeah.
position do you hold at the Harbin Clinic?
I'm a general pediatrician.
How long have you been a pediatrician at the Harbin Clinic?
Since 2011.
I'm going to call your attention to your professional training. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you got your bachelor's?
Georgia Tech.
And what degree did you get?
Already her body language is really interesting. If you know, she's doing this really tight-lipped thing. She's doing this, and she keeps doing this, which, I mean, if anybody knows their body language, means I'm trying to hold something in. I'm already trying to hold it in. I don't want to talk. So it's interesting that she keeps pressing her mouth together like that.
Economics?
Economics
are already
yes,
thin.
Wow.
though.
Okay. And where did you go for your medical college?
Mercer.
And your residency?
University of Tennessee.
And do you have a specialty?
Pediatrics.
As part of the specialty, did you do that exclusively in your residency or did you do a fellowship as well?
I did not do a fellowship.
And have you been certified?
Ooh,
in
that's some
pediatrics?
resting
Yes,
bitch
I'm board
face.
certified by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Does that particular degree have a licensure
Yes.
program? Are you licensed to practice pediatrics?
I'm licensed to practice medicine and I'm board certified in pediatrics.
Okay. In what states are you licensed to practice?
Georgia.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
The American Academy of Pediatrics.
That constant
And do you
frowning.
subscribe to any professional journals?
Many.
Can you name, as far as the mainstream journals that you subscribe to, which ones come regularly across your desk?
The one from the American Academy of Pediatrics is called Pediatrics and Contemporary Pediatrics and others. Yeah.
And do you also have any side interest where you're getting additional journals that are more specified to particular genres of the medical field?
No, not that I'm aware. If I do, I'm not aware. So
Approximately how many children have you treated in the course of your career?
thousands.
And out of the thousands, what percentage would be babies?
Probably nearly half.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
As a pediatrician expert, yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the state would tender Dr. Harbin-Pickett as an expert in pediatrics.
Mr. Hood? Ms. Bernard?
No objection, Your Honor.
She'll be admitted for that purpose.
I'm going to call your attention to Jamison Timms and ask if you were his pediatrician.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where he was born?
He was born at Advent in Gordon County.
Do you know whether he was born by C-section or was it a vaginal birth?
I think he was an uncomplicated vaginal delivery at 37 weeks.
Okay. Is that considered early, regular, or overdue?
It is considered a little bit early.
I'm going to call your attention specifically to October the 18th of 2021 and ask you for what purpose did Jamison come to your office on that date?
To establish care. And he had also not received a circumcision in the hospital that the parents desired. So we performed it that day in the office. I performed it.
Okay. When you establish care, do you do a general physical exam
Yes.
of a baby?
Yes.
In particular, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his head was like when you did the examination of his head?
We would describe it as atraumatic and normocephalic, which means a normal head with normal fontanelles, which are soft spots.
Okay. So the soft spots were open where they should be open.
They were open and flat, not bulging and not sunken.
What about the sutures, the plates that where they come together? Were they normal or not normal?
They were normal.
Did he have any skull shaping?
No.
Did you listen to his heart?
I did.
And was his heart rhythm normal or not normal?
It was normal.
And if you had found murmurs or clicks or anything abnormal in his heart, would you have noted that in your report?
Yes.
You indicated that he was there for a circumcision. Before you do the circumcision, do you get a family history about whether or not there's any blood issues before you perform a circumcision?
We always ask if there's a family history of hemophilia.
And why do you do that?
Because it might cause excessive bleeding that would not need to be taken care of in an office setting.
Okay, so they could still have a circumcision, but it'd have to be done at a hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And did the family indicate, the mother or the dad indicate that they had a family history of bleeding?
No history of bleeding disorders.
Okay. Did you actually do the circumcision?
I did.
When you did the circumcision, was there any abnormal bleeding?
No.
Was there significant bleeding?
No.
How quickly did it heal?
My understanding well, I saw him 10 days later and it was completely healed. And so I understand it healed in a couple of days.
And is that through communication with the family?
I think the family, I saw him 10 days later. I cannot remember exactly how many days before. The device we use is called a Plastibell, and it falls off after a few days. And I always tell parents if it's not off by 10 days, then to come back. And he came back 10 days later and it had been off for a while. So.
Okay. And would you consider the fact that it came off so quickly a positive or negative?
Positive, just quick healing.
Okay. Did you continue to treat Jameson as his pediatrician?
I did.
I'm going to call your attention to October the 28th of 21. And at that point in time, do you recollect why he was at your office for that visit?
Let me look here. Yes, fussiness.
Okay. And when you were around Jameson, would you have considered him a fussy baby, or was he very calm?
For me, he wasn't particularly fussy.
Okay.
But, babies can have fussy times of the day.
Okay. On this particular visit, had the mom at that point, was she feeding him breast milk, or had she switched to formula by October the 28th?
My understanding is she had switched to formula by October 28th.
Okay. And did you again examine his head?
Yes.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not he had a normal head exam at that time?
Yes, his fontanelles were soft, flat, and open. His sutures were normal and no molding.
And are those things that you are trying to determine whether or not a baby would have any syndromes where it would fuse too quickly?
Yes.
And what would that syndrome be?
Craniosynostosis.
And if in fact it was fusing too early, what action would you have taken as his pediatrician?
We would have referred him to see a craniofacial specialist.
Okay. And in this particular visit, he was still healing normally?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who might not be familiar, I guess I shouldn't have assumed, why does the baby's head have the different plates, unlike an adult head?
So that the baby can fit through the birth canal more easily, and because that brain grows very rapidly in the first few months of life. That's why babies have sort of like islands of bone that are their head, so that fuse together.
At that point in time, did you also listen to his heart?
I did.
And what did you know, if anything, about his heartbeat?
It's normal, no murmurs.
Okay. If you, again, had noticed a murmur or a click or anything unusual about his heart, what action would you have taken?
We would have referred him to cardiology.
Okay. Did you make a note as to whether or not he was in fact fussy?
Nope.
Okay.
I did
And
not
did you
document
check the
this.
circumcision?
Yes, it was healed.
I'm going to call your attention to November the 18th of 2021 and ask you at that time, for what purpose was Jameson in your office on that date?
He had some discoloration of his skin.
And when he was presented to you, did you personally examine him on this day, or was it done by someone else in your office?
I examined him, my nurse practitioner and my partner all saw the marks on the skin. So 2 pediatricians and 1 nurse practitioner.
Okay. Were you present when the mother was making any statements about when they appeared?
Yes, they had appeared the night before.
Okay. Did she indicate whether they were lighter or darker the night before?
I think they indicated that they were a little bit lighter at this point.
So they had lightened up between the day before, which would be the 17th and the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate who was taking care of Jamison at that point?
Just herself and her husband.
Had she indicated whether or not he had any illnesses?
He had not had any fevers or illnesses.
Did she indicate whether or not he was feeding well?
He had been feeding better and feeding well with only 1 spit up that morning.
Again, did you go over with the family whether or not there was any bleeding disorders in the family history?
We did.
And what was the response from
No
the
bleeding
mother?
disorders in the family history.
And I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No bleeding disorders in the family history.
And did you do a physical exam, a general physical exam of Jamison at that time?
I did not do the complete exam, but my nurse practitioner did the exam that day, but I did see the bruising or the marks.
Okay. What action was taken on that date?
We discussed the case with the emergency room at Children's Hospital at Erlanger and arranged for him to go there to have some labs drawn to determine whether or not there was any bleeding disorders or any other hematological processes like leukemia or other things that would cause abnormal bruising.
And what was the mom's response when she knew that the baby would need to go to Erlanger for some additional testing?
She was very worried.
Okay. How did she express being worried?
She asked if someone was going to take her child away.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
We said, why would someone take your child away? We need to make sure your baby doesn't have leukemia or, neonatal purpura fulminans or ITP or something else. We're worried about his bone marrow and blood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not he actually went to Erlanger?
He did.
And did you follow up with him in the month of December?
Yes.
On December the 9th of 2021, what was the reason for him being in your office on that date?
It was to have his 2-month well check.
And at that point, was it just the mom this time or the mom and the dad?
Mom and dad.
What was their concerns when they came in the office about Jamison?
That he might have colic.
And what is colic?
Colic is just a fussiness for no really good reason. We think it's contributed to just babies in general have a very immature nervous system. They're hard to console. They cry.
Okay, so basically he's a crying baby.
He's a fussier baby. That was the.
And that would be on December the 9th?
Mm-hmm. Colic is most likely
Pause
3
it,
weeks
Megan.
to 3
Where
months
the
of
hell
age.
did
Those
this
are the
woman
times
get
of
her
day.
degree?
Or the age range.
I have never heard that colic
Mercer.
is.
Mercer.
Well, I know I wrote
That's
I
what
wrote
she
the
said.
damn thing
She
down.
said it was Mercer.
But I have never heard that colic is attributed to the nervous system. I've had 6 children and I think I know some things. I mean, just a couple, but I have
thought they
never
didn't
heard.
know that colic, what it is other than tummy upset normally. And
Right, they treat
colic
it for gas. Like
yeah,
a lot of the
gas
time.
drops. Gas drops are amazing, by the way. I don't know if you
Yes.
guys use these. If anybody out there with a colicky baby, get the gas drops. At
Works on husbands too.
Yes.
No, really. I mean, it solves the whole colic issue. At least it did in my case for my kids. Although there are some babies who have fussiness that never really calms down, and a lot of those babies, I believe, have underlying allergies, food allergies. Probably a lot of them formula fed. They may have gluten allergies. They may have celiac. But mostly it's gastro, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. My son was colicky, and I did like pump and add cereal. Like that was the only thing that helped.
Oh, Milacon. Yes, that's what the gas drops are called.
Yeah.
Yep, Milacon. That stuff saved my life with colicky
and
babies.
she's so dismissive of it. I would not like her as a pediatrician because if I go in there, yeah, you probably see 9,000 cases of colic a day, but this is my child. I'm worried about it. So I don't want you to treat me like I'm a moron and that you guys there is nothing more discomforting than going to a medical professional. Well, we know kind of what happens, but it's a galaxy of syndromes and we're not quite sure. I was like,
Right.
oh, so thanks. So what are we going to do? Well, we're researching. Okay,
Yeah.
how about now?
Yeah, it's just
it's
a way
difficult.
to just, I don't know what's wrong with your baby or why he's fussy. So they just use this colicky and they'll use it against parents. So if you bring them into the doctor, or at least here in Georgia, too many times for this, it's like, oh, these parents want something to be wrong with their kid. If you don't bring them in enough, they're like, oh, they never brought their baby in. So here, Carrie and Brady are bringing him into every well checkup, doing exactly what they're asked to do.
Yeah, and this was a well checkup, so it was already on the schedule. They were already. It wasn't like a special visit that
No.
This is just a well baby visit where you're supposed to bring up any concerns you have at the time. I mean,
and then
that's what
did.
you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, some of
You're
these
gonna
doctors,
love it when the defense comes up. Her demeanor, you think it's staunch now. It changes. It's very interesting.
How does it get worse? She's already got RBF to the max. Holy cow! How does she get worse?
Her RBF is bad.
She rivals Sally Smith.
The only difference between her and Sally Smith is that her mouth is not in a permanent downturn. She actually has the ability to smile.
She doesn't have the jowls.
I have never seen anyone like Sally Smith, who even when she was smiling was frowning at me. It looks like a grimace. I've never seen anything like it. And maybe Mo and I, Mo, do you remember our epic reenactment of Sally
Oh,
Smith?
yeah.
My God, I'm gonna have to pull that clip when I drew frown lines on my face and like this. My God, I've never seen anybody like that. That was in the Kowalski trial. That was some epic shit. God, Mo, I'm so glad you're here for this again. We're gonna have. I feel like we're gonna have a good time. This is
Am I going to pull out my mullet?
You may have to.
Lady Garth,
You may have
wig
to pull
for
out the
my
mullet.
CPS, lady from Florida.
You may have to. Georgia is only one state away, only a border away from Florida. So it could come in handy.
Not comforting.
For colic, and we describe colic as fussiness for, I think it's 3 hours of the day, at least 3 days a week during the ages of 3 weeks to 3 months of just fuss crying.
Okay. And did you do a general physical exam?
Yes.
What was the condition of his head?
It was normal.
Did you notice the soft spots?
Why
there
does
where
her
they
facial
belong?
movements look like
Did you
she's
check
trying not
make
to
sure
poop?
the sutures were still open and on their way to start closing?
why-
in?
Yes, they were normal.
What about the skull molding? Did you notice anything where
I think we call that anal retentive.
it fused too soon?
No,
What about his heart at that point in time?
it's normal.
Did you hear any murmurs or any clicks or anything that would indicate there's something wrong with his heart?
Did not.
Okay. Specifically, at that point in time, had the family followed up with the directions from Erlanger?
They had followed up with me, but there had been some labs that were misplaced or some error in the lab, and there were some labs that needed to be redone. And so I think I ordered those that day.
Okay. And so you would have given the family the paperwork to get those labs done?
Correct.
What hospital or facility was supposed to do those labs?
My understanding was Floyd Atrium.
Okay. Did you ever get the results back from those labs?
No.
Do you know whether or not they ever went to get that done?
I'm not sure they were ever completed.
Okay.
I couldn't find a record of them being done in the Atrium system.
So you ordered it, you gave them the paperwork for it, but you didn't get it back.
Correct.
Okay. On January the 12th of 2022, why was Jameson brought to your office on that day?
For a scratch on his face.
When he came in, did you personally observe him?
I did.
And did you note the scratch on his face?
I did.
What was significant about the scratch on his face?
It was only on one side, not both, which would not be typical of a skin irritation that typically would occur on both sides. And it had some sort of crusting to it that made it look a little bit like impetigo.
Oh my God.
If you're
There's a
familiar with
wasp
that, a skin
on my
infection that can
desk.
get sort of a
Oh, no.
crusted look.
I don't have a shoe. Oh, Jesus. What is it doing? It's like dying or something on my desk.
Take your hand
I was about to say, do you have a Stanley or
Just
like
take
a
your
mug?
hand on
or-
your hand.
No! Why won't you die? Oh, shit.
You have a vacuum cleaner?
God. Oh, no.
Get the hose.
I think I got it. I killed it with this. It's like it's pins. Oh, this is bad. I cut it in half and now it's stuck in a cubby.
Ew.
How am I going to get it out of here? I'm sorry, Wasp, but I can't
You know
abide
what?
wasps
Tell your
in
kids
my
if they
office.
want Doritos, they have to de-wasp carcass your desk.
All right, now I have to get it out of here somehow. Oh no, this is bad.
God, that face is so just.
Oh, I know. Every pause.
Yeah,
every
that face
pause.
says, let my kids near you.
It says
you
like,
know
I
what?
want to eat your children, or like, let me devour your soul.
If you go to a pediatrician and this is the face staring back at you in the white coat, you need to fake a family emergency, get the hell
Leave.
out of there, and find somebody else. Like, I'm sorry, but there is something to be said about a kind face. Please look for a doctor with a kind face and kind eyes. This is not it. This is terrifying. What's behind those eyes?
And
Why
like the
aren't they
worst
tracking
part
his
is like,
weight and length. Those are very important things at a well baby, especially within the first week to 2 weeks if they're trying to make sure that he's gaining weight. Why aren't we covering his weight? Because that would be an indicator of, parental neglect or abuse
Right.
or signs of
Agreed.
these parents aren't caring. Notice how they skip over the weight and length. They do focus on the head, but the length and weight would be very general indicators to a layperson of how a baby's doing. And since they didn't add them, I'm guessing he was trending upward and growing along his curve.
Yeah, don't get me started on that curve though, because I had to
Wow.
leave a pediatrician with my first baby because she started accusing me of things because I refused to get her a tube shoved down her throat to do some gastro test because she wasn't gaining weight at the rate they said she should. And I had told this doctor a million times, she is genetically small. I was like this. I am a small person. I was always the tiniest person in my class. I was super skinny, super short. I was way smaller. I looked like I was 2 grades below everybody in my class who was the same age. And it was that way until I was like 15 years old. I was always tiny. And I told this doctor, she is just like me. She is a mini me. There has to be some leeway for genetics. And I mean, but she started threatening me with calling authorities because I wouldn't agree to sticking a tube down her throat to do some gastro test. And that was when I said, oh, thank you very much. I'll be leaving now. And I went and got myself a new pediatrician. And sure enough, now she had reflux, but I knew that. I already knew that. We didn't need to stick a tube down her throat to find out that she had reflux. So I was already getting her treated for that. But she was just small. She's just a small kid like me. And there is nothing wrong with her. She is 19 now. She's still she's actually shorter than me. She's just a tiny kid. And, but she's perfectly healthy other than reflux. That's the only thing. And they wanted me to subject her to a bunch of invasive tests. And I'm sorry, but parents should be able to say no to these things. Parents know their kids. You just do. You know your kid. And if I feel that, no, this is not necessary and I want to wait, that should be honored. But either way, you can't win, because if I had gone in there and been like, I want you to stick a tube down her throat and do these invasive tests because I think there's something terribly wrong, then I could be in trouble too. So either way, you can't win. I hate it. Let's keep going.
Okay. So was there a defined scratch at the time you saw him?
It was more of, I would describe it more of as an abrasion rather than a linear scratch. It was circular.
Okay. But you did note it was only on one side?
It was only on one
I
side.
want to see
Is that
her
common
smile.
or rare to only have
I don't. I think it
condition
would
like that
scare
on just
me.
She kind of
I feel like
smirks. She smirks. She kind of does this one-sided. And also this lip pressing is so it's almost aggressive.
Yep.
It's like
Well, someone in the chat asked if she had Tourette's. I'm like, she could have some form of like Tourette's or like some tic where like that's just she has to do. But I'm like, ma'am, I feel like
Yo, the
maybe
last
if she
time she
smiles,
smiled,
it
she
wouldn't be
watched
as
Old Yeller.
bad.
The end. Whatever
The
makes
end.
this woman smile is not good for humanity. I don't want to see this woman smile.
But
Yeah,
it's
be
just like
careful what you ask for.
Exactly.
it's an odd tick. It's a very odd tick.
It is. It's weird. I'm very lucky. We have a really good pediatrician right now, but I'm telling you, I put a lot of stock in finding a pediatrician with a kind face, with kind eyes, and a nice smile. You want to find somebody who looks like they care about people, not this woman, because this woman, you're right. This woman looks like she laughs when children get taken away screaming and crying from their parents. Like that's what would make this woman smile.
Ooh.
Like, haha, I got another one.
Yeah, you know, the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. She's
Oh,
like,
yeah, I think I
this is my favorite part of the movie.
You mean this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
We have a common
terrifying.
theme. We have a common theme with these doctors and hospitals. They seem to enjoy the child catcher visage. I'm not sure why, but it's weird. It is weird.
Just one side.
If it was a skin irritation like eczema or dry skin or other common rashes in babies, it's more likely to be on both sides.
Okay. Did you do a general examination of Jameson on that time?
I did.
What about his head?
His head was normal.
Did you still see the soft, flat spots like they're supposed to be there?
Yes.
What about the sutures? Had they closed too soon?
No.
Did you check for the shape of the skull to make sure there was no skull molding?
There was no molding.
Okay. Did you listen to the heart?
I did.
Was his heart rate, what was his heart rate? As far as, was it normal, not normal?
Oh, it was normal. No murmur.
Okay. Did you measure
That's
the
a kind
abrasion
She
area
tried.
on his cheek?
I did.
She
What
tried.
was the measurement that you would have had?
It lasted for a second, but she tried.
Oh, I missed it. I wasn't
About
looking
1 by 2 centimeters.
Was it?
It
what
was
she
just a
smiling
second,
about,
but
though?
she
Did you
tried.
Oh, there it
measure
is.
The abrasion
There, yeah.
area on his cheek.
I did.
Now that reminds
was
me
the
of
me-
my TV face. So I have a TV face that I try to, because I have resting bitch face, and you know it's hard when you're on camera. I try, and I don't really during trial coverage. I don't do it because I'm like it's too many hours. But if I'm being interviewed somewhere, I will definitely sit when I'm not talking, and I will do this instead of this. I will do this. It's a slight change, but if you have to turn the corners of your mouth up just a little bit.
You can have that surgically done.
This is the same face, by the way. This is the same face that Kurt said was condescending. Like, wipe that's condescending.
How dare
Smirk off
you.
your face. Remember that? I was like, that's just my TV face. That's just my camera face, so that I don't look like a bitch when I'm trying not to look like a
Well,
bitch.
the
not
state,
opposite.
they did not prep their witnesses well. I mean, they just didn't tell them to look
So
pleasant.
they didn't tell them.
They forgot
to try to look pleasant. Boy, they remember the glow up that they gave Sally Smith.
Oh,
Remember?
yeah.
Because during the deposition, she was all slick backed hair, like the school marm from that movie, the one that was always beating the children from Matilda. Was it Matilda? Who is that?
Mrs.
who is that?
Trunchbull.
Mrs. Trunchbull. She looked like Mrs. Trunchbull in the deposition with like this tight bun and no makeup and like scowl on her face. And when she came into the courtroom for the jurors, she had her long witch hair down and she had purple eyeshadow on. She had makeup on and lip gloss. And she was trying to make herself, and it just made her look worse, actually, because she was an awful looking person. But God, they really did. They tried hard to rehab her in front of the jury, but it was just not working. Not working at all.
That's who this lady reminds me of. The witch lady from Hocus Pocus. What's her
Wait,
name?
which one?
The older sister. Winifred. Yeah.
Bette
Yeah.
Midler?
Best
Yes.
character? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies.
Where it's
I'm
like
not-
she's
I'm not-
kind of
I'm not-
witchy, but she's not, but she definitely
About
is.
1 by 2 centimeters on the cheek.
So if we were trying to put it towards something the jurors might
that's
be
quite
more
the
familiar
frown.
with, would it be smaller or larger than a dime?
A little larger than a dime or similar in size to a dime.
Okay. Would it be
Oh,
smaller or
Lord.
larger than a nickel?
Look at that. Look at that. That was a Sally Smith
That,
face
like-
there.
Between a dime and a nickel.
Okay. While Jameson was at your office, was anything else brought to your attention about his physical condition?
Yes, his mother pointed out that he had.
Remember the Clairol box dye they were all sharing? It was like that Clairol black box dye. The witches of the seventh floor coven. Yeah, I still have that button. Yeah, there we go. The witches of the seventh floor coven were all dyeing their hair from the same box of Clairol. Terrible.
An area of redness under his tongue.
Did you personally examine the area of redness?
I did.
What did you note about under his tongue?
He had a laceration under his tongue on the left side of his mouth.
How the hell would you even do that to a baby? How would you lacerate a small area under the tongue with abuse? I don't really understand. To me, that sounds like some kind of either cold sore or injury when trying to latch, maybe? Or how would a baby do? Or maybe sticking its finger in its mouth?
Tongue-tied?
Tongue tie, maybe?
Slightly, like if he had if he was a little bit tongue-tied, like not to the point where they would suggest clipping, but maybe he had to stretch that little ligament right there.
Yeah.
You know, that could be it. It could be just, you know,
like, has anybody ever written down any evidence of child abuse where there's where people are lacerating their children's tongues? Like, what?
I mean, it could be a sign of smothering if you were forcefully smothering the baby.
Under the tongue?
Maybe.
See,
I don't know.
When I was a child, I didn't suck my thumb. I sucked my two fingers. So I was doing this.
Oh,
so could the baby have cut their... Yeah, could the baby have cut its own tongue by, either, not the thumbs?
Those little razor fingernails.
Oh, those fingernails are they're like talons on a raptor. They're like raptor talons. They're insane.
My niece got me one time, and I'm like,
and you try to use those little scissors, and you're like, and you're only
terrible.
like sleep deprived to the nth degree, and you're like, okay.
Surgery.
No. That's why I would bite them off. I would put their hands in my mouth and I would bite them off because you can feel the nail with your mouth and lips. You can feel the nail and the skin. And so you can actually just grab the nail and not the skin. If you're using clippers, you don't have any nerve endings in those clippers. You can't tell what you are clipping, but in your mouth you can. And that's what I would do. I would just do it with my mouth. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's so much easier on a newborn.
I mean, you get traumatized the first time you cut wrong on the fingernails. So look, No,
it has happened to me before, which is why I quit doing it. And I was so horrified that I had clipped and made my infant bleed. It's worse than trying to clip dog nails. It's terrifying, but it has to be done because they will lacerate their face with those nails. It is insane, which is why those baby mittens, I'm telling you, those are great. Get those if you have.
Well, that's why they were created. That's why baby mittens were created. They try and say in this case that Jameson was not, babies don't put their hands in their mouth at this age. That's ridiculous. Anyone who spent any time with a baby, yes, of course it's garbage.
My newborn would suck on their hand, on their knuckles.
I was gonna say. Yeah,
you can see them in sonograms.
In utero.
Doing it.
I have seen babies in utero with their thumb in their mouth in the sun. Then who's gonna say that? Which one of these bitches is gonna say that the babies at that age don't suck on fingers?
Who says college
Megan's blood pressure medicine stopped working.
This bitch.
Yeah. And you can see, look, Brady Timms put in the chat. They have videos of his fingers in his mouth before this appointment. Like they have videos of it. Of course he can.
There is really, I feel like I'm going to get a whole lot of use out of this clip.
Bitch, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? Bitch, what the fuck? What the fuck? What?
That's it. That might become my ringtone.
Oh God, I love that. I love those ladies.
Like, have these people ever have children of their own?
Listen,
like,
this is like a
did they
narrative.
not have children and they
I
don't
sometimes
understand?
wonder that.
It's just a narrative that they say. She already said she sees thousands of patients. She's already said that. You think out of thousands of babies, she really believes they don't put their hands in their mouth. Like it's just this narrative that they go with.
That is crazy. You know, while we're have taken a little break here, I do want to get to some of the super chats. Ian Thomas, member for 10 months. Morning, Megan and panel. Have to say, all of your hair looks lovely. Well, thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate that. What a beautiful German Shepherd in that your avatar. I love German Shepherds. Mel Klomp, thanks for the 2. Much respect to you, ladies. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, Mel, and thanks for being here. Celestial Force, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Megan, for covering this case. Education to these cases are important. It's great to see you, Flux, Mo, and Jennifer together. And this was before Roz got here. I'm sure Celestial Force would have said it was good to see you too. By the way, folks, don't forget to share this stream with others and let them know we're doing a new trial. I am covering this Timms case. We're going to watch it from the beginning to end, and it is going to be Carrie Timms will be joining us on Fridays on her days off, and if I do afternoon streams during the week, she might be able to drop in as well. But Carrie is aware that we're doing this. Carrie Timms obviously was one of the defendants in this case, and she will be joining us on this Friday for sure. And then we'll see going forward how it works out. But this is going to be a great case, and I expect the audience to grow over time. So make sure you tell people about it, because I don't want to hear you complaining that I never cover anything else but the Hales if you don't show up for the other cases that I do cover. So this is one of them. Make sure you tell people. Kim Dodds, thanks for the Aussie 5. What a perfect panel of my faves. Megan, Mo, and Flux, and Roz. We'll throw her in. She wasn't there. And thanks for the new trial. Enjoy the breadsticks. I think this might be the first time I've ever done an all-female trial panel. This is fun, actually. I invited Brad, but maybe Brad's not here. Maybe I should take that back. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't take it back. We love Brad. Brad can jump in anytime. Jameson 2012, thanks for the 2. No way I was going to New York as a Texan. Well, why would you? Night Guardian 34, thanks for the 2. The South doesn't have good road management for snow. That's an understatement. They really don't. Just Jay Hip, thanks for the 2. I tend to support the good guys. I try to as well. Laura M, thanks for the 10. Hi, Megan. It's been a while since I've watched. What is this trial about? Oh, Laura, it's about child abuse pediatricians and all the terrible things that they can do to a family when they team up with DCF to medically kidnap your kid for no damn good reason and ignore medical problems that your kid is actually having. That's what this is about. And it's going to make you mad. So make sure you've taken your blood pressure meds. Jameson 2012, YouTube won't let me say how bad these doctors are. Well, guess what, Jameson? You can go on Rumble because we are streaming live over there too. And you can say whatever the hell you want over there and no one will stop you. You could also go to Locals, meganfox.locals.com. I have a live chat going on and we don't censor you over there. You can say whatever the hell you want to over there as well. So don't worry about YouTube censorship. There are other places for you to vent. Rickles 64, member for 8 months. The most impressive panel of ladies I've seen in a very long time. You all rock, although Rosalind is awesome. Rosalind is awesome. Yes, she is. And we're like all of us are wearing one-shouldered shirts today. I just want to point out
I got the memo.
We did.
We're all in our one-shoulder shirt.
We got the t-shirt memo.
Yeah,
left
keeps
shoulder
riding
left shoulder day.
Is it left shoulder day? Yeah, it's left shoulder day. We could do right or left. I do like the one shoulder or two shoulder shirts.
I just don't like having shirts that are like, I just feel like it's constantly choking me.
I feel like it's smexy without showing like all the giblets, so I can be a little smexy without looking like an e-thought.
Well, I like my collarbone. I like my shoulders and my collarbone because there's no fat here. This is
I know. True. We have pretty banging clavicles.
This is a portion of my body where you can actually see bones, and that's I like that. That always looks good in my opinion. All right, let's see. I should check super tips because there's no super tips today. I'm so disappointed because they're so fun. By the way, if you haven't seen super tips and you want to see how they work, I will play one for you because this is a lot of fun here. I have to make myself bigger in order to do this. Super Tips use AI voices. You can go to supertip.gg/Megan Fox and you can send basically a super chat and have a robot voice and one of our beloved friends read it like this.
Super tips for the super tits. Looking nice today, Megan.
I sometimes accidentally say super tits when I mean super tips, and that's how that all works. And I'm sorry, but either one works, you know. Super tips for super tits.
I'd
Is
buy
fine.
that t-shirt.
I would so buy that t-shirt.
Oh God. And you know, if you're looking for super tits, you should watch my stream from last night. And my interview with Clayton Eckert was off the rails crazy. And I was dressed up for that one. So yeah, that was definitely a super tits stream. Oh my God. That was fun. That was a good interview.
It was a beautiful people stream.
I was not prepared for how beautiful he is. Not prepared. I sent Flux a text message this morning. I'm like, I think I blacked out. I don't really remember much of it. I just got
his hair.
Yeah, and those dimples, my God, I couldn't stop staring at them. The people,
I guess
should
we
not
can
be allowed
understand
to
why
be
Laura
that
hung
pretty.
on so tight.
Yeah, I think people should not be allowed to be that pretty. It's distracting, and it's hard to.
Dimples
it's
are
hard-
definitely a weakness of mine.
Oh my goodness, Clayton, and he's had a glow up. He had a haircut and a whole blonde frosted thing going on.
I was gonna say, like, don't get me wrong. I love a good mullet as much as the next person. Love. But his
it wasn't
hair last
working for
night,
him.
I was
Yeah.
like, damn, he's like a Ken doll. What is this?
I love the new haircut. If you guys haven't seen that, you need to go see it. It was a lot of fun. And Clayton is a super nice guy, and he didn't deserve the all the craziness that happened to him. But I'm glad to see him looking better than ever. And I hope that it gave Laura physical pain to see him looking better than ever. And I'm glad we could showcase that. All right, back to this bitch. I don't know.
On the floor of the mouth. Sorry.
At that point in time, I'm going to hand you, I've already shown this to the defense, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? You
can.
She needs a knitted beard to hide her facial movements.
You've identified State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
She could be a
fair
lumberjack.
and accurate depiction of what it purports to show.
This would help.
Your Honor, the state would move
It
to
would.
admit State's Exhibit
She'd
number
look
1.
friendlier.
Good. Miss Bernard.
So you can't tell all the weird facial movements
Did you
now.
take this photograph?
I did.
What kind of camera did you use to take it with?
An iPhone?
Okay, did you use the flash?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And were you manipulating anything in the child's mouth while you took the photo?
Your face is
What
going to
do
stick
you
like
mean
that.
manipulating anything? I was holding his tongue out of the way with a tongue blade.
That would mean
Tongue blade.
manipulating, dum
No
dum.
further questions. And we have no
Wait a minute.
questions.
A tongue blade? Did she cut him? I mean, what's a tongue blade? Is it sharp enough to do some damage? I don't know. Just saying. Don't they usually use that little wooden stick?
Yeah, the depressor.
The tongue depressor. What's a tongue blade? Oh, now I gotta Google this. All right, while we listen. to
That's
her.
what I'm doing right now.
State's Exhibit number 1.
State's Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Ugh. That doesn't look safe for the mouth.
That one.
Not for a baby's mouth.
The hell?
But it takes just a second, Miss Fox.
Oh, don't talk to me like
You
that.
just got yelled at.
I don't know if I'm looking at the right tongue blade. It's a surgical tongue blade, and it looks very sharp.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, could I have the witness come down so she can show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the laceration that she noted?
Are we going to get to
And
see
then
it?
could we also?
Do we get to
I
see
know
the
from
picture?
that area of the room.
I hope so.
The reflection of the ceiling lights put big white rectangles on our screen. If we could lower the lights after she gets down here safely.
Okay. Ma'am, you can step down from the witness stand and he'll adjust the lights when she gets down there.
You know what? Crystal, I want to address this. It says when the state fails so epically, they should have to at least pay half of the legal costs, if not all. It would definitely make them more cautious in the future. I totally agree with this. And by the way, the Timms are out so much money. They are trying to rebuild their lives. By the way, I have put their link to their GoFundMe in the description.
Do I
of this
remember
video.
correctly that they had to pay child support?
Oh yeah, everybody has to. This family didn't.
They
Normally, you
Okay.
do have to pay it, and you have to pay for visitation too. But they had so many legal bills. Imagine being put on trial criminally for your life, and you have to pay for a criminal, 2 criminal lawyers, right? Or did they have this?
2 juvenile, 2
2
criminal.
juvenile lawyers, 2 criminal attorneys, and I'm sure they didn't get free attorneys. Did they get state appointed attorneys? No.
No, they
So
paid.
because you have to qualify for that. So you have to spend your life savings defending yourselves from this horrific false allegations. Now I have put their GoFundMe. They have a GoFundMe. I made a tiny URL. Here it is, because the link is just way too it's way too long. So the tinyurl.com/TimsFam is the one that I made. So if you, and it's linked in the description of this video, mods, if you could, here, I'm trying to grab it. It's not letting me do it. I will put it in the link. If anybody of you in the chat, I'll put it in here. If any of you want to help the Timms to recover some of their lives, they have a fundraiser up right now for $10,000. They're at $8,000 right now, which is great. So let's see, here's the Timms Fund, and I'm dropping it in there for you guys. Mods, if you could copy and paste that into the chat every once in a while. But it's also, for those of you on the replay, it is linked in the description. And of course, anything helps, $2, $5. We're trying to get this into, more eyeballs so that these people can have their lives recovered. What they have been through at the hands of our government is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that our tax dollars went to pay for the false prosecution of this family. Our tax dollars were spent to destroy them, to tear them apart from their child, to keep them separated from their baby for 3 years for no reason whatsoever. And I think for malicious reasons, if you want to be completely honest. If I'm being honest, I think it was malicious, and I think that they knew they made a mistake, and I think they didn't care. And they're doing it again, as Jennifer is telling us. They are the same prosecution team, the same prosecutor who, if this prosecutor is elected, needs to be thrown out of his office or her office. Who is it, Jennifer? Who's the DA or
Whitney
whoever?
Law. Well, Earl Newton was the
Who's the elected person?
Earl Newton, I believe.
Earl Newton. Well, Earl Newton is a jackass who keeps taking these cases and spending your tax money in Georgia to prosecute innocent people, and he's doing it again. Yeah. He needs to be bounced out of his office fast. So if if somebody is running against him, y'all in Georgia need to get down there and volunteer for whoever's running against that DA, because this is ridiculous. One of these cases is bad enough. There have been 3, and now you're saying we're going to have a 4th one. This is outrageous.
And if you can't donate, at least share this stream out. Let people know that this is a problem that is going on in Georgia, because we get busy with our own things, and, we kind of sometimes get oblivious to the injustices that are happening. But the more eyes that get on this, more people that are awakened to the very terrifying possibility that if you are in Georgia and you take your child in for a doctor's appointment, or don't take them in, they could already preemptively be working on taking your children away. This is, something that needs more eyes on it, because it's not something that a lot of people have knowledge of. Before Maya Kowalski, I really didn't know all about all this stuff. So,
Brady
it's just,
Timms is in the chat. Brady, thanks for being here. Brady says we had 7 total lawyers throughout the 3 years. And we know we by covering these cases how much these lawyers cost, Brady. We know it's been an incredible drain on your family. And so please do, mods, share the link out to the Timms Family Fund. And if anybody can afford to drop a few dollars for them, we'd appreciate it. Brady, by the way, you are invited to come on with Carrie anytime or whenever, with that or without her, whenever you have time. You're invited to be here as well. I just don't have your email address, but I know Jennifer does. So if she wants to send you a link, she can certainly do that. And we'll send you one every day. So in case you want to drop in at any time, that you're welcome to do that.
If you come around, if you can, my question would be,
I have a question about the bingo card.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't
Can
looked
we
at that.
qualify her mouth movements as like the blink rate anomaly? this is just like a face rate anomaly?
No, I don't think so. We're looking for actual weird blink rates. But we'll keep that in mind for the next bingo card, that strange mouth movements should make it onto the next bingo card. So
Just
when
weird
somebody
facial expressions.
Okay,
Weird facial
expressions. I'm putting it
Because
down.
remember the Johnny Depp trial with the guy who was like
Oh, Dr. Spiegel.
Yeah.
That guy?
Yeah. Yeah, that guy.
This is the best moment ever.
It was
There's like,
so good.
what-
Everyone in the whole world went, what the
What the
actual?
hell?
What is he doing?
Like, what is it that make these people have these odd facial expressions? Is it like being under pressure or
Oh, there's the picture.
like-
I just realized there's the picture. Do you guys see it?
Yeah.
So they've got the blade holding
let me
his
see.
tongue
Okay.
up.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I might be able to open this picture in a new window and zoom in on it.
I don't know
Here we
if
go.
Jeb zooms in or not. He might. I don't know.
Okay, so it gets blurry, it gets kind of blurry when you zoom in, but here, I can show you.
Squint.
Just squint. Let's see. Let's go to my window. Here we go. All right. So this is the picture that they are showing. I think I can see what it is. Are they saying that this little red thing here is the injury?
Mm-hmm. That Carrie noticed while in the doctor's office.
That the doctor didn't notice. It was Carrie.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that tracks. What these people, I swear to God, you guys, I swear, these people make me so mad with the things that they see and don't see. And they see abuse around every corner, they
They're
are
a
a
hammer.
hammer and everything is a nail. Yeah,
Yes.
Jinx. They're just, it's like, that's what's so frustrating about these cases is that not everything is abuse, folks.
Number one, laceration that.
Oh, whose hair is that? Who's got the princess hair?
I was wondering when you were going to notice. That's Fox.
Wow. Well, one thing about us foxes, we do tend to have good hair. Whoa, that's like some kind of Disney Brave shit.
Oh yeah, when she was at the podium, I was honestly surprised too that I was like, oh, we're not mentioning the hair yet. Okay.
Me too.
Yeah, it was when she was at the podium there. I was like, okay, curls, but it's a lot of hair to be down.
I didn't
like that's like
notice it.
my level of hair just being down.
Yeah, that's again for court though. I'm a little annoyed. Like yes, it's beautiful, but put it up. My sister has very long hair past her ass, and she's a lawyer. She has never worn her hair down in court. She wears it in a big bun in the back of her head.
Where the floor of the mouth, the mucosa, which is the nape for the wet tissue on the inside.
That's
of the
some
mouth,
Lady
where
Godiva
it
kind of
gets split apart.
hair.
And I need for your witness to talk back this way so the court reporter can
sorry.
hear her and the jury
Can you hear
too.
me? Did y'all hear me? It's where it split apart and it was not actively bleeding. Thank you.
All right, that
Split
tongue blade
apart.
doesn't look particularly sharp like the one I saw on Google.
No, it
So.
looks like the stick.
Yeah, it looked like a depressor.
Based on your training and your experience.
Geez,
as a
ma'am, don't get
pediatrician,
dressed up for court or anything. Is she wearing a dirty T-shirt and a ratty?
It looks like a scrub with her
Zip-up?
name on it.
She's wearing scrubs to court. That's an interesting.
She wants you to
choice.
know she's a doctor.
Right. If she could have worn the white lab coat, I think she would have.
What a weirdo.
this injury consistent or inconsistent with a non-accidental trauma?
It's consistent with non-accidental trauma.
How?
This is
Because
where
this happened in an infant who is not mobile.
And what is the mechanism that is most often the cause of that type of injury based on your training and experience?
I would object to that question, Your Honor. It's calling for speculation regarding other circumstances that
Objection.
tie to this one at all.
Ms. Fox, what's your response?
Your Honor, she's been tendered as an expert in pediatrics. I'm asking is what is the most common mechanism for a tear in that location of the child's mouth based on her training and experience.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll let her ask.
Overruled. Oh, bingo.
What is the most common mechanism?
That's on bingo.
Someone
Overruled.
forcefully putting a pacifier bottle in the child's mouth.
Forcefully? Hold on. Forcefully putting a pacifier or a bottle in a child's mouth? That's a form of abuse. That's abuse. If someone would abuse a baby by forcefully putting a pacifier or a bottle in the mouth. I've never heard of any such thing.
But look how she says it. She says it like it's just known facts. It's ridiculous.
That not only
does not make sense.
I feel like if you're forcing a bottle into an infant's mouth, you're going to have more injury than just a little laceration under the tongue. Again, in my non-doctorologist, as Mo would say, opinion.
If you're throwing like the whole bottle, nipples are silicone. They're rubber.
Yeah, how does a bottle or a pacifier with a soft edge do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. And
they can't tell you how either.
And also, is this a common form of abuse? This is not something I've ever heard of, ever. This sounds ridiculous to me. Just saying.
You indicated that Jameson would have been a little over 2 months old at the time that he was presented.
He was 3 months old, but he was corrected to about 2 months in about a week and a half or so. Because we correct for prematurity in infants that when we're talking about what they can do at certain months.
Okay. So his chronological age from being born would have been 3 months old.
Correct.
Okay.
And let me also correct her in something. He is mobile. All infants, from the moment that they are born, are mobile. They're mobile before they're born. They're mobile in the womb. They're mobile outside of it too. They move their arms. They move their legs. They roll their heads. They can get injured. They can start. I mean, that's ridiculous. He's not mobile. So what is he, just as stiff as a board? No, he's mobile. Babies move all the time. And some babies, when they are first born, are very strong and they move more than others. And they can do all sorts of things. You put an infant down in a crib at night. I mean, I'm talking a couple days old. You put an infant down in a crib, you come back, they're in a different spot. They do not stay where you lay them. They roll, they scooch, they move. Did you know a newborn baby can scooch, can crawl almost? If you put them on your chest, right, when they're born, they will scooch themselves up to that nipple. They will do it themselves. They will find it. They will root around and they will find it and they will scooch up there and they will move their little legs and they will. This is garbage. I'm not a doctor. I'm a mom. Babies, all of them are mobile.
Yes.
This is also the same lady who said babies don't put things in their mouths too. So
right. Oh my God, she should have her license yanked.
All right, is there an evil version of that chick from Napoleon Dynamite?
For Megan hates Sarah Harbin-Pickett. Is that on the bingo card? Because I have just reached it. I have reached the level of hatred for this woman right now. It is flowing through my body. I'm turning more red. My blood pressure is increasing. Oh shit.
The blood medicine
not working. blood pressure meds fail to work. Yep. Where's that? Megan's blood pressure meds stopped working. This is it. This was the moment. I hate her. I literally hate her. What she just said is so false.
Yeah.
Can we get is this also what a bitch?
What a bitch. Yep. What a bitch. This is just garbage. Absolute garbage. This makes me despise this woman. She has now earned, you know what Dr. Sarah Harbin has now earned? She has earned this after every time we have to say her name. There it is.
Oh, and it fits with her face.
You are in the Sally Smith category, Dr. Harbin, whatever your name is, Dr. Harbin-Pickett.
Hair under his tongue consistent or inconsistent with a baby putting hands in the mouth based on your training and experience and the children you've seen?
No.
And why is it not consistent?
Because babies that age don't have enough control over their upper extremities to cause an injury like that.
Bullshit.
Was the tear under his mouth?
They do. Wow, it's raining hard outside. Can you guys hear that through the microphone? It's like it's pouring. babies have all kinds. It may be accidental. It's not like they intend to harm themselves, but they sure have the ability and the muscle strength to do it. Because all three of my kids harmed themselves when they were infants with their flailing around. One of them, I remember there was a big cut under one eye because of the nails.
Well, since this came out, Carrie posts a lot of these links on her personal Facebook page, and she has them public. She's had a lot of moms reach out, some in private, some publicly, that this doctor has opened CPS cases against them for nonsense reasons. And she'll brag in a little bit. I think Catherine asks her how many DFACS calls she has made, and she brags about it just in her tone. And it's a ridiculous number. Like, she is happy to call the state on parents. This is not something she feels bad about or something she doesn't do often. This is something she is doing on a regular basis. So people need to run from this pediatrician.
Well, and this pisses me off because let's be real, everyone, when you're a new mom, you're terrified. And you know what we don't need? Judgmental, hateful cunts like this woman judging you. You don't. No, I'm sorry. We all know from our own experience or having been around smallish humans that you don't need this. So you have a new mom coming in, and yeah, the new mom's going to notice the little bump here because you notice everything as a new mom. And
Who
instead of
sees
giving
that
her
on a
comfort,
baby and their first thought is, I bet someone abused this baby? Like, why would your mind even go there?
Sickos.
It's disgusting.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
makes
add
me
that to
like
the-
convinced.
We need to add Mo drops a cunt on the bingo card because that was
Sorry.
going to happen. I should have known that was going to
Well,
happen.
look, your blood pressure fails, my filter fails.
Listen, I just decided to look up her reviews, by the way. Here's one-star rating for Dr. Harbin-Pickett. After lots of research and reading many great reviews, I brought my 8-month-old to see Dr. Harbin-Pickett, which when she discovered that my family has chosen to opt out of doing vaccines for our children, she promptly told me that her office does not see unvaccinated children because they are a threat to other children in the waiting room. She then proceeded to speak to me as if I was uneducated and didn't spend months researching my decision. I was floored. This is very unprofessional and uncaring of a doctor. I have the choice to decide whether or not to vaccinate my child, and a doctor should never refuse to see a patient regardless of vaccination status. Oh, they do, though. They absolutely do. It is very apparent that Harbin-Pickett did not become a doctor in order to help children. That wasn't such a great review, Dr. Harbin-Pickett. You should kind of be ashamed of that. That's not good.
This is what makes me think these people don't have children. Because I'm like, there's no way that if you had a child, you would behave this way. Like,
right.
How do you have these beliefs as a mother knowing what, like, I'm not even a mom, and I know that kids get into all types of shenanigans and do all their own stuff and all of that good stuff. Like, you know, they're crazy. And it's like, how are you a doctor that have studied this stuff and you think that you don't think, you stated in court that infants don't put shit in their mouths.
Yeah,
What?
this is ridiculous. This is the kind of shit we're dealing with, though. I hate this woman.
Consistent or inconsistent based on your training and experience with a virus?
No.
Why not?
That's not the appearance of viral ulcerations or the location.
Where would you
In her
expect to
opinion.
see a viral laceration if it was caused by a virus?
Well, you wouldn't see a laceration in a virus. You would see an ulceration, which a laceration means a tear or a cut. An ulceration is, everyone's had a mouth ulcer, you know what I'm talking about, just a sore in your mouth. It would be unlikely to have just one, and they typically would not be on the floor of the mouth.
Okay.
And he was not ill appearing. So most children who have viral illnesses with mouth sores are very irritable and have fevers and are sick. So
You indicated
Irritable,
when you were
like he
not
was
by the
fussy?
microphone that it was not actively
fussy.
bleeding.
It was not actively bleeding.
What does that mean to you as a pediatrician?
It had not happened in my office.
Who was present with the baby when he first came in on that date?
His mother,
Did anyone join her?
the child's grandmother.
And how was the mother acting
Very-
when you had her in your office?
Tearful and nervous
Okay.
and anxious.
What about her demeanor made you think she was being anxious?
She was
this
crying.
This is going to piss me off.
She was nervous. We
So
actually
if
had
you're
our
crying and worried about your baby, you're a child abuser. Is that what I'm understanding here? Oh, fuck you.
family practice office see her urgently that day for anxiety.
That would be my next question. Were you aware whether or not she had any appointments for mental health?
My understanding is that she had one coming up, but it was not going to be soon enough. So I asked.
Oh, let me get this straight. So now we are going to be prejudicial against people who may have anxiety, and you're using her mental health history and appointments against her. Someone suffers from anxiety, and that's a reason for you to call DCF on her and make a case that she's a child abuser. What in the ADA hell is this?
And like
Wait a
people
minute,
who
so-
have anxiety go around abusing their own babies.
So this woman had indications that this woman could have been dealing with. If you have alarm signals for the baby, you should also have alarm signals for the mom. The mom is weepy. Is she presenting with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis? This should be
Very good
something
question.
that if you are a compassionate person, you seem really, really anxious. Are you
Or
getting
is
enough
she
sleep?
crying because her baby has an injury on their mouth and she is concerned?
Yeah.
Or is this her
again-
first baby, Jennifer? Was right?
Yes.
So you got first baby, infant. You're sleep deprived, right? He's only 2 months old, 3 months old. Plus, he was premature, so there was some issue in the hospital. This was a difficult thing. By 3 months in, you are not recovered. She's probably still bleeding, and she's. And you're telling me that it's some kind of red flag that a new mom who's still bleeding and has an injured kid and doesn't know what's going on. You think it's weird or a red flag that she's weepy, that she's anxious?
So, I think she's trying to paint a picture against Brady. She's trying to paint that Carrie may be fearful.
Mm-hmm.
You can give your own opinion on that as she goes, but that's my take on it.
Right. My take on is that the prosecutor is trying to lead her down the path of, to paint her as a nervous. She's nervous because something happened she knows about that she doesn't want the doctor to find out about. Yeah, I see that. I see that. But I mean, this is, again, totally subjective. This is a subjective thing. You don't know what someone is feeling inside and why. And as a doctor, like Mo said, you should be concerned for that person. Like you said, are you getting enough sleep? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you getting enough to eat? How's your nutrition? Because you're a new mom. Let's try to allay some of these fears, because new moms go through a lot of fears and anxiety. I cried. Oh my God. I cried all the time. I cried when I saw news stories about children being hurt after I had a baby, like that, in a way that I had never cried before. I felt completely unhinged for a while. That's normal. And this is just pissing me off. Oh God, again, blood pressure. I need 2 squares.
My family practice partner to see her that day because I was worried about her.
And was that done?
It was.
Did she make any statements regarding the injury under the mouth as far as what had been going on in the household earlier within the day or two before that?
Look at my notes here.
Mo, I just got your private chat. The evil version of Tina Majorino from Napoleon Dynamite. I love it.
That was me. Says mother states that father is sometimes easily frustrated with the infant.
Oh, that was Roz. Rosalind.
I'll sustain that objection. Ma'am, you can't read your notes aloud, but you can refresh your memory and then testify from that.
Okay, it's been 3 years, so I will refresh my memory.
Listen, bitch, just refresh your memory, okay? We don't need your explanations. It's been 3. I can't remember all the terrible things I did to these people. It's been 3 years.
Exactly.
Here's my notes. She states that father sometimes gets frustrated with the baby and the baby doesn't want to take the bottle from him.
Did she indicate who would be feeding the child?
My babies wouldn't take a bottle from my husband either.
A lot of babies don't want to do that.
Yeah,
It was
I
a-
nursed all my kids and they hated Mr. Mo. They were like,
Yep.
nope.
Only my second baby would take a bottle from him, and that was like a miracle. The first and the third were like, nope, absolutely not. That is totally normal. And to say that dad gets frustrated, is frustration abuse? Is frustration
Right. Who doesn't get frustrated? Like, of
we
course
were
we do.
frustrated by that with my first one because I couldn't leave the house for more than 3 hours because she would scream and scream and scream because she wouldn't be fed. She refused to take any bottle. We were even buying bottles that looked like boobs.
Oh,
You know, with the
yeah. You
giant,
buy
have you
every
seen these?
single, yes.
Yeah, every kind of nipple. And this one was like a big round one that literally was like a boob with like a
Yeah.
nipple on the top of it. And we finally got her to kind of take that one, but it was very iffy. You know, I almost wanted to get one of those things from that silly movie where he could put like a
Oh,
fake
yeah.
breast
Meet the
on.
Fockers.
Meet the Fockers. Can you milk a cat?
We were,
Can you milk a cat?
oh,
But
we
like
were
that would have
almost there
maybe
because you
worked.
just want 5 minutes alone where you don't have a
Right.
child attached to you and you're like, I am going into the restroom, I am shutting the door, and you will be fine. And you take that and you shut the door and they lose their
They
minds.
lose their minds.
Well, they're just
Yeah.
twisting. She's twisting what Carrie had said. When they start looking in his mouth, they're asking, like, does anybody force feed this baby? Is anyone shoving things down his mouth? They're already alluding to that. They're already trying to paint this picture.
So they're
yeah,
leading her into a trap. She didn't offer that Brady gets frustrated because the baby
No.
won't take a bottle.
She
So they're
just says
saying,
sometimes he gets frustrated. Hey, I'll be the one to feed him from now on. That's frustration does not mean you are hurting a child. That's
Right.
not what frustration means.
no, and also it makes you worried and scared to tell the truth to your doctor about things you should be able to tell the truth about. And saying, yeah, it's frustrating. She doesn't want to take a bottle or he doesn't want to take a bottle. How is that not frustrating? And there's a lot of frustration that goes on with newborns and having a new baby
yeah,
in the house. That does not equal abuse. And you should be able to go to
no.
your pediatrician and say, I'm having this frustration. I'm having this difficulty. How can you
You
help
should
me?
be able to.
Yeah.
Jesus. God, look
feel
at her
like I'm
face.
having
Look
my
at her
soul
face.
sucked out.
I know.
Now on.
She said she would be the one feeding the baby from now on.
What action did you take as a result of the visit in your office?
I had to call Child Protective Services.
In addition
You had to?
I
You
had
had to?
to.
Your
Well,
evidence was really shitty, lady.
does this
I
woman
had
hate
to.
men? Because she
Yes.
seems really, really very willing to follow the narrative. Like, so I know it's not you, but is your husband? I
Right.
mean, it's like when someone tells you to not attribute to malice what could be attributed to stupidity,
Mhm.
for anything that there could be an innocent sort of excuse for, she puts the most negative connotation on it. So when, the mom thinks she's being honest with her doctor, yeah, he gets fussy. He doesn't like taking a bottle from my husband. She's like, I see toxic masculinity, the patriarchy, and I see.
Oh God.
calling Child Protective Services, did you make any other calls in regard to Jameson's situation?
I called a child abuse pediatrician who had seen him in Chattanooga.
And based on that, was he still allowed to leave your office?
He was allowed to leave my office with his mother and grandmother, who indicated she would be present.
Okay. And specifically, did you do anything that would have caused an injury to Jameson in his office, in
No.
your office?
No.
Did you do anything with a tongue depressor or any other device that could have caused the cut that you just pointed out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
No.
You indicated it was not actively bleeding. When you have cuts to the mouth, is that something that would typically bleed?
Mouths bleed profusely.
Okay. Did Jameson ever come back to your office again after this visit?
No.
Your witness?
Mr. Hood, do you have questions of this witness?
Hey, Megan, can you pause it for a second? Somebody in chat. What is downloading? Copper Norman. Okay, so yes, had to. If you've been cited or CPS has been notified, you're not leaving alone. Someone is going to have to join you.
What a terrifying thing to happen, and you're already in a state of anxiety, and then now you're being told you can't be alone with your baby. I mean, this is just horrific, and I don't even know what to say about it other than fuck these people. I hope they rot. I have a super tip to get to. Let's see, Tammy Fayette. Thanks for the 5.
If you keep crushing on Clayton, I am going to have the baby. If you keep crushing on Clayton, I am going to have.
Well, who can help? I was really my biggest wish for last night was that Laura watched every second and was just miserable as hell at how adorable Clayton is. He's had such a glow up. He looks 10 years younger, and it's probably the less stress in knowing that your abuser is going to jail, probably, which is fantastic. I can't wait for that trial. By the way, those of
she
you who
did have to watch it though. Like she was watching it.
I'm sure she's watched it.
She
several
watched
times.
it like the Zapruder film.
And those of you, actually, also, I had a great night last night for my fundraising of, I'm raising money to go to San Francisco to cover the 2-day trial between her and Mike Maricini in the DVRO case, the Laura Owens versus Mike Maricini. And almost $1,000 came in last night for that. So we are halfway to the goal on that. And I'll be doing more streams about that fundraising this month to get there, but it looks like I'm going to get there. And so that means we're going to have live trial coverage of the San Francisco case between Laura Owens and Mike Maricini. I don't know yet if we will be allowed to have cameras inside the courtroom, but that's okay because I will be inside the courtroom and I will make sure that I take fantastic notes. And depending on what the rules are, there may be live tweeting, but there will be tons of after court updates and what happened and interviews. It's going to be great. So that's
I'm really
coming
looking forward to it.
Are you coming for sure? Roz, are you coming for sure?
Yeah. Vegas.
All right, awesome.
I'm not going to Vegas, so I can definitely come.
Is she going to be allowed to go to California?
So the weird part is Laura just put in a request to travel to San Francisco like 4 different times. She did not include the dates of her trial. She included the dates after her trial. And it's
Who's going to watch the Phantom Twins while she's gone?
You have to be in California for your trial on the 21st.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you ask your Arizona court if you can go? So that's pretty interesting to me. I think she's going to try and be there by Zoom or something is my guess. That's my guess. All right, let's keep going with this.
Afternoon, doctor.
Wait, who is this now? Jennifer, who is?
This is Jason Hood, Brady's attorney.
Brady's attorney. Did you see that shoulder shake? Did you see what she just did, by the way? Well, look at this. Look at this body language.
Afternoon, doctor.
Oh, she's not even going to respond to him.
No.
Afternoon.
She's not even.
Oh, this is going to be
Bro,
good.
that's so bad.
This is going to be
she
good.
is
Jennifer is
such
very
a
close to
cahoot.
exploding. Look at Jennifer.
So
we make it a bingo. We make it a bingo square on Jennifer. Look at her. I can tell. She's like,
I'm getting
she's
hot.
trying to hold it together.
You don't even say good morning. Like you don't even respond. What is
At
wrong
least
with
fake
you?
it for the jury. Like fake it. Why would you?
Now
be
I want to
doing
see the
work?
depo. Now I want to see
know.
the deposition so bad.
Oh,
You began seeing Jameson, if I understand your records correctly, on October the 8th. Is that correct? Shortly
No,
after.
October 18th.
First visit is the 18th.
Yes.
And he's roughly 10 days old at that time.
Correct.
Is that correct? And he has been switched to formula, and he's roughly 2 weeks old. Is that correct?
At that point, he was still doing some breast milk when I saw him the first time when he was 10 days old. I think they were doing both at that time.
And did you indicate that you did a physical exam at that time?
I did.
Nothing concerning or alerting noted in your records. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Next visit is November the 18th of 2021. And That is the morning after the parents have noticed discoloration about Jamison's skin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that an appointment that was already standing, or was that a new appointment that was made?
I believe that was a new appointment
So that,
on November 18th. Yes.
that would have been a call made by the parents that morning to request that appointment. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And at that appointment, you indicated that you noticed discoloration of his skin.
We did.
And when we say discoloration, what we're talking about essentially are purple blotches that had.
They were linear. Some were linear and some were blotchy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And when you use the word linear,
I mean, like a line. They are what we would call a pattern bruise.
Did they tend to follow the lines of bones? Do you recall?
How do you mean?
For instance, was there a bruise that followed around his kneecap and down his shin?
There was.
Were there bruises that seemed to follow the between his forearm, his elbow, and his wrist?
Like between the bones of the forearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Like between the two forearm bones?
Yes.
No, I don't think they would be lining up with the ulnar radius. No.
Okay.
Did you take photos?
Do you notice linear what you're referring to as linear bruising?
No, because that would have been helpful.
Yes, exactly.
Wait a minute.
what
Wait a
was
minute.
your-
Wait a minute. What linear where is this linear bruising?
Okay, so the state didn't tender those in as
Yeah, I was
part
just
of
gonna say.
their
I thought we
abuse
were talking
claim.
about an abrasion and the thing under the tongue. Where the fuck did the bruises come in?
This is early on. This is in November. The reason he was sent to Erlanger and got that first skeletal survey is because
Okay.
these marks came up. They did not take pictures of them because they do not look like abusive marks. They look like and they go away. They went away on their
And
own.
where were they? Where were they?
On his
the
little
arm?
arms. The same markings that Emma Hernandez had.
Oh my God.
So they didn't take photos of those.
Were they
and-
purplish or reddish? What was the color? Were they like? Remember how Emma looked like she had like a reddish rash?
Yeah.
Was it
Purpley,
like that?
bluey, red. I mean, just he had several of them, and they would come and go pretty quickly.
Just like hers, just like Emma's.
Yes.
Okay.
So why
All
did they
right.
not
All right.
tender those in as?
Why didn't
'cause it doesn't
we
look
hear
like
about
abuse.
that until the defense comes up? What is this lawyer's name again?
This is Jason Hood.
Jason Hood.
He's awesome.
For assessment per your records of those discolorations that day?
For that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not actually my note. I signed that note as the supervising physician of a nurse practitioner. But yes, I'm in agreement that those were purpuric, which is another term for bleeding under the skin. And we were concerned that he might have a bleeding disorder.
Okay. And that was the basis of your referral to Erlanger, correct?
Correct.
And after Jamison went to Erlanger, he continued to be a patient of yours.
He did.
Right. Are you aware of any blood testing that was done at Erlanger?
To my understanding, all the blood testing at Erlanger was normal or within normal range for an infant of that age.
There were no indications on the labs that were done, to your knowledge, regarding platelet counts?
That were abnormally low? Is that what you're asking? Were the platelet counts abnormally
Are you
low?
aware of anything abnormal?
No, I'm not aware of any abnormal labs.
You aware of anything abnormal related to the factor IX assay on that level?
That was the one that was lost or it wasn't completed. I thought. Hold on.
If I told you that it was completed and it was abnormal, would that surprise you?
Oh, no, that's the one that was abnormal that when asked, the hematologist says that is still considered.
I'm not asking you what a hematologist said. I'm asking you, are you aware of blood results and labs that were done at Erlanger that were marked by the lab as abnormal?
Her
Yes
face
or no?
got worse.
I'm not.
Not aware of that.
No. Not off the top of my head. No, I don't have those
It's
records.
been 3 years.
Like you said, this was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
I knew that was coming.
Related to this November the 18th, 2021 encounter with Jameson, you made a statement to Ms. Fox that Ms. Timms had made a statement, something to the effect of, am I going to lose my baby?
Yes, she did
Right.
ask that.
Where is that statement noted in your records?
It is not in the record.
Okay. So of all things in this case from 3 years ago, you remember that, but you don't remember the blood
Thank
test
you.
results from earlier.
I remember that as a very unusual thing for someone to say.
So unusual that you failed to note it in your records.
It's not my note.
Well, forgive me, but I listened to your testimony and I don't recall you telling Ms. Fox in a direct examination that these were not your
Which
notes that you
sighting
were referring to.
on the bingo
Only that
card.
visit.
To whom was this alleged comment made then, if it wasn't made to you?
It was made to me.
Then why is it
Oh,
in
you
your
didn't
record?
document it?
Yeah.
We did not
always do
suspect
that.
any abuse at that time.
That's why
In
you call
retrospect, it was an
CPS?
error to eliminate, to leave it out of the record.
Oh, yes, that would be an error. Mm-hmm.
She took a little ownership
We
for
were
that.
suspicious of a leukemia or a bleeding disorder. That was our fear.
Do you recall testifying related to this case in juvenile court?
Yes, not well.
Do you recall offering any testimony about that statement that Ms. Timms allegedly made in juvenile court?
I do not recall.
I told you you didn't testify to that in juvenile court. Would that surprise you?
No.
Huh. And that's special.
This is how she got to court today.
In November, on November the 18th, that was the incident where Jameson went to Erlanger, correct?
Good Lord.
November 18th,
How do you
yes.
have such an
And then
angry
in January
face?
of 22, on 1/12 of 22 was the incident with an abrasion and a red place under the tongue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In between those two appointments, there was an appointment in December,
God, I'm a fantastic
specifically
artist.
December the 9th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that essentially a well baby checkup?
That was a well baby 2-month checkup.
Okay. Both parents were
She looks
present
so
for that.
uncomfortable.
Yes.
Oh my
Was there
God.
a physical exam
Well, it's
done
that
of
thing that's
Jameson
stuck up
at
her ass
that
that's causing all the
meeting?
problems.
Yes.
And everything
She won't
appeared to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
normal.
you're right.
Totally normal.
Okay, I just need you to make a
Child is
pause when the
totally on
mustache
Similac,
is right
at
here
this point
for no
formula, is that
reason.
correct?
Correct.
No bruising
Chin
noted,
hair, maybe.
None.
no indications of any trauma to this child.
Correct.
Child does not appear to have been
Dang it.
battered or assaulted in any way.
Don't
Is
put the
that
witch
correct?
hat on the
Correct.
judge.
On January the 12th, he appears in your office. And again, same question that I asked earlier. Was this a standing appointment or was this a special appointment that was made by the parents?
It was a special appointment made by the parents.
So it would have been made that morning.
That morning or the day before, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Even her hair from behind looks amazing.
you've
That is a
identified,
nicely done bun.
And just so
Yeah.
that I'm clear, this child at this point is going on 3 months old. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's
A little bit
definitely
over
a
3
sock
months old?
bun.
He was 3 months
Mm.
almost exactly, but we still correct for prematurity at that age. So we consider him 2 months and a week or two.
Because he was roughly 3 months, 3 weeks.
Oh, we can
premature.
cross off
Correct.
hair talk on the bingo card too.
And scratch on the face. A scratch on the face. Is that correct?
A scratch on the face sounds like a linear scrape, like a scratch, like a baby would scratch. This was more of like an abrasion, like a circular abrasion would be like a skinny kind of a scratch, like not a linear scrape.
Okay. A scratch and abrasion.
Correct.
However you want to describe it. You noticed one injury on the face. Is that correct?
I did.
Right. No more than one.
No more than one.
The redness under the tongue was pointed out to you by Ms. Timms.
Correct.
And did she appear to be concerned about the well-being of her child at that moment?
She was concerned about the well-being of her child.
Did she typically strike you as concerned about the well-being?
Always concerned about the well-being of her child.
So a child abuser is always concerned about the well-being of her child. What the fuck are you saying, ma'am?
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like,
what the fuck are you
am
saying?
I crazy?
What are you saying? What are you saying? Because that doesn't make any sense. You want me to believe you were the state's witness that these people abused their kid, both of them. They're both on trial. It's not just Brady Timms, it's Carrie. And you just sat there and said she was always concerned for her child. What the
I think it's just them just leaning towards little things about Brady.
Yeah, but she's on trial too.
It's ridiculous, right? Like, why not just pick one, state?
Why is she being charged with child abuse then if they're all like, oh yeah, she was a good mother, concerned about her child? What?
Right.
What the fuck?
Does that count as conflicting testimony?
Yes, conflicting testimony. Absolutely. Conflicting or contradict. Yes, conflicting testimony. Oh, I only need weird courtroom noises for a bingo. Ooh. Excellent.
I need judge gets annoyed.
Oh.
Where he was to Erlanger. Is that correct?
To a colleague of mine at Erlanger who had seen the baby in November.
Okay. And then did you call defects, correct?
That was her recommendation.
And
whose recommendation? I thought it was her recommendation. I thought it was her. She's the one who decided to call defects.
She called her child abuse physician friend at Erlanger, and then they got together and cackled over their cauldron.
A person who had not seen this baby.
Remember, Garcia saw Jameson back in November with the first skeletal survey. This is a child abuse pediatrician. The state did not call them in as a witness, but that's who she's referring to.
But wait, did that person though? You're saying his name is Garcia?
Her name is Garcia.
Her name is Garcia. Did she see Jameson at Erlanger when he was there?
Yes.
And at the time, she had no concerns about child abuse.
They thought it was leukemia or a blood disorder. Now Jameson's back in with this abrasion. And so she calls, I guess that's when they start the colluding. So nothing came up, right? Yeah, nothing came up here in Erlanger. Okay, I'm going to say this is abuse. Yeah, you should call defects.
Oh my God. It's just ridiculous. Again, it's another, we don't know our job. We don't know what's wrong. So we're going to blame the parents.
Yeah.
The child was allowed to leave with his mother.
With his grandmother present.
And you indicated that the child needed to go to Children's Health Care of Atlanta. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
The belly of the beast.
No, I indicated that to the DFACS worker.
She told DFACS they needed
who relayed that information to the family.
The child was in the custody of his mother at that point. Is that
correct?
Legal.
Yes.
So any trip to CHOA was made voluntarily by these folks. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Just as any trip to Erlanger was made voluntarily.
It was.
By these folks. Is that correct?
That is true.
All right. Can I have 1 second, Judge?
Sure can, Mr. Hood.
She's so sweet.
Aww.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Ms. Bernard, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
No response.
So you mentioned you have been working at the Harbin Clinic since 2011. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this a family practice of sorts?
That is the worst etiquette.
She wasn't prepped. They didn't prep her for this. They obviously didn't tell her
it will look good. You want the jury to like you.
Right. They obviously didn't do that.
Just as a human response. Just as
absolutely.
a human response, how do you not?
Yeah.
I don't know. She wants to be adversarial. This woman is adversarial by nature. You can tell. It's written all over her face.
Yeah.
Since I noticed you have Harbin in your name.
It was started by my family. It has been physician owned until the recent past, where it's now we're in partnership with Atrium Health.
That's why she uses a hyphen.
Yes.
There it is. There's always a reason. And this is because the Harbins are somebody there. And she wants everybody to know she's one of them.
Yes.
Oh, I already hate that
So
about her.
gross.
Someone married her
Some
voluntarily? Ew.
apparently.
Okay. When did that change over?
Officially a year ago, I believe.
And so had you thought about practicing there ever since you had gone to medical school, or was that just a coincidence that you ended up practicing at your family's clinic?
No, this is my home. I always intended to come home to practice.
And you said you've treated thousands of children since
Thousands.
2011. Okay. Approximately how many referrals to DFACS have you made? Do you recall?
Oh, look at that face.
No, I don't recall. In 10 years, maybe
Hold on.
10 or between 10 and 15 years of practice, maybe.
I gotta get out of my
Holy
drawing.
shit! That is a nightmare face.
All right, I'm taking a still of this. This is going on the thumbnail for tomorrow because I have a feeling that we're not going to make it through this entire testimony. That face, holy God!
And while we're on a pause, Mr. Mo would like to take me out to lunch. So I am going to watch the rest of this stream and take notes and then be ready for
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
But he's like, we don't have children. You don't understand. This is like a pre-Lenten miracle. So we're going to go out and not get menus that have crayons.
Oh my God. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Mo, thank you so much for being here. And everybody in the chat, make sure you get over to Mo in the Deep End and subscribe because her channel is great. She's doing good things. And you'll be back tomorrow, right, Mo?
Yes, I will be back tomorrow. I did promise that we would attempt to date each other and like contractually be nice to each other.
Okay,
This
wonderful.
whole new wife thing
Wonderful.
I'm trying.
All right. Well, you go and have
Bye.
fun. Tell Mr. Mo thank you for lending you to
Bye,
us.
Mo.
Thank you. Bye, you guys.
Bye. I think my cutoff time for me is going to be like 1 o'clock. So we got like maybe a half an hour left before we call it quits for today. That face!
No, I don't recall. In 10 years, maybe
I screen grabbed
10 or
it.
between 10 and 15 years of practice, maybe
Listen to this.
100. I'm not completely sure. They were of varying severity, so some are more.
That seems
easily
like a
forgotten than
lot. In 10 years of practice, you've called 100 times to CPS. That seems like
And you
that
know
seems
she's
like-
downplaying it. You know she's downplaying that.
right. This is like when women say what their body count is. You have to add. You have to add a certain
No.
body count is actually a great term for this. How many bodies have you bagged with CPS, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably need to add 25% to that number.
It's terrifying.
Others.
Okay. And so in this case, would you be counting it as 2 separate referrals that you made to DFACS or just one?
If the first case had
good
been
question.
resolved, then I would say it would be 2 other. So yes, I've called them twice.
So you called DFACS twice on the Timms family,
No,
right?
no, I called only this time. The DFACS referral from Chattanooga was not made by me.
Okay, so you sent them up to Erlanger, but you had nothing to do with any child abuse suspicions at
None.
that point?
No, we did not suspect abuse at that point.
So if any of the doctors or charts at Erlanger made reference to any findings from your office of suspicions of child abuse, that may be an error possibly?
Can you clarify?
So if any of the records from Erlanger indicate suspicions of child abuse indicated by the primary care pediatrician, would that just be maybe telephone game or some miscommunication?
I would think, because I don't recall ever telling them that I suspected that this child was in danger of being hurt. We were worried about potential leukemia or other bleeding problem.
So you didn't even have any suspicion at the November visit that there could be any possibility of inflicted trauma or abuse on Jamison Timms?
Anytime you see a bruise on a child under 4 months of age, it's always on your mind that this could be non-accidental trauma.
Under 4?
But it did take 7 weeks.
Under 4 months old.
Because they're non-mobile, you guys. They're non-mobile.
Oh shit, I just lost our place. God dang it. I tried to hit pause and I
past that.
It's past
Don't
that.
don't babies start walking at least 2?
She
Well,
said
no, she's
4
4
months.
months. 4 months.
Oh,
but
4
still-
months. I thought
still,
she
I'm
said 4
sorry.
years, and
It
I'm
is-
like, Jesus.
It is not an indicator of abuse. I mean, come on. I just that's too much.
And so in this case,
There's no way.
would you be counting it as 2 separate
All right,
referrals
we
that
heard
you made
that.
to DF?
If the first case had twice, only this time.
Them up to Erlinger, but charts at Erlinger.
Can you clarify?
What was the
Suspicions of child abuse that may be an error possibly?
Can you clarify?
So if any of the records from Erlinger indicate suspicions of child abuse indicated by the primary care pediatrician, would that just be maybe telephone game or some miscommunication?
I would think, because I don't recall ever telling them that I suspected that this child was in danger of being hurt. We were worried about potential leukemia or other bleeding problem.
So you didn't even have any suspicion at the November visit that there could be any possibility of inflicted trauma or abuse on Jamison Timms?
Anytime you see a bruise on a child under 4 months of age, it's always on your mind that this could be non-accidental trauma. But it did not seem consistent at that time.
Okay. Well, you say at that time. Does it now seem consistent to you?
Yes.
Okay. So now you are suspicious of the bruises back in November.
I am.
But at the time you were not.
Correct.
What changed her mind?
So you saw Jamison Timms, as you've been over with 2 lawyers previously. You saw him on October 18th when he was 10 days old. Is that
True.
right?
Yes.
And then you saw him again on November 18th for the hematological events.
Correct.
And then you saw him again for a telehealth follow-up visit for
No.
the resolution of those?
I didn't see anybody for telehealth, to my understanding.
Okay, so was there ever a follow-up visit after the visit from Erlinger regarding the hematological events on Jamison?
Not an office visit. It was not until it coincided with the 2-month well check. We just did them at the same time.
Okay, so that would have been the December 9th visit?
Yes.
Okay, so your recollection is that there was not any kind of telehealth visit in between the November 18th and the December 9th?
I do not have documentation of a telehealth visit.
Okay, did you ever see Jamison for any telehealth visits?
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, you mentioned contacting a doctor at Erlinger, or a colleague that you had a previous professional relationship with?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that doctor?
Dr. Carla Garcia.
And is Dr. Garcia one of the child abuse pediatricians up at Erlinger?
Yes.
That's her specialty?
My understanding is yes, that's her specialty. I don't know about her training, but that's her role there.
Okay.
She won't look at Catherine.
And you had contacted her after the November visit from Jamison?
She contacted me after the November visit.
Okay, but y'all had a previous professional relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And did
How
she
are you
contact
so
for the purposes of
combative?
gathering more information?
There's a super
She
tip
won't
here.
even
It's
look
funny.
at her.
Yeah. This super tip is cracking me up. Sticky Widget, thanks for the 5.
God damn it, Megan. Stop losing our place. You know I can't keep up with your button pushing. And by the way, I just walked into a room with 5 women on the panel. I feel overwhelmed.
The chat always has my dad's, and they have my dad down. It's so funny. It's like he's in the room. It's exactly the type of thing that he would say. God.
Regarding Jameson's circumstances?
Yes.
And so what additional information did you provide to her at that point?
God, you know what? Catherine is really good with the pausing, the taking a pause. Feel how awkward that was. I'm going to go back because this was wonderful. This is good lawyering right here. You can feel how uncomfortable the witness is in this moment. I'm like, watch this again. Watch this question again.
And did she contact you for the purposes of gathering more information regarding Jameson's circumstances?
Yes.
Right here. She's waiting for the next one. It's not coming.
And so what additional information did you provide to her at that point?
I do not recall.
Do you recall anything about that conversation with Dr. Garcia?
I think we both agreed that we did not think these parents were hurting their child at that time, or that anybody was hurting their child. We could not explain the bruising, but we did not. It was, the workup was negative, and it resolved.
And at that point, do you know if Dr. Garcia, and if you don't know, that's fine. Do you know if Dr. Garcia had access to the blood work from Erlanger that was subsequently lost?
No, I don't. No, the blood work, one of the orders, I think one of the labs was lost, or one of the tubes was misplaced or was old or something, but I think she had access to that.
Don't care.
But
So in other words, we're inept. We're not good at our jobs.
We
It's no big
sent him
deal.
to get lab work done, and
But
then
we
we
lost
lose it.
But we lost it when there's something missing. It's no big deal. I can't even really remember how terrible of a job we did. Yeah, this is great, lady. If I'm on the jury right now, I'm like,
Yes.
what
I'm
are
so
these people
pissed.
talking about? Like, seriously, is this lady for real?
to my understanding, she had discussed that with hematology. So.
Okay. So were there any visits or interactions between you and Dr. Garcia or anybody else regarding Jameson Timms between December 9th and January 12th, December 9th of 2021 and January 12th of 2022?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when Jameson was scheduled for his next well baby visit at that point?
It would have been at his 4 months because he'd had the 2 month.
So he wasn't scheduled to be seen until sometime later in February?
Yes.
Weird cord noises. Unless
did
that's
you
one
think
of
there
you.
was
I was just
anything
about to say,
suspicious?
who's opening a snack?
Is someone opening a snack on this stream, or was that in court?
Not
It's
it.
not me
Was
right
it-
now.
bingo, bingo, bingo. I got bingo. Weird courtroom noises. I win. I had hair talk, conflicting testimony, free space, weird courtroom noises, and Megan's blood pressure meds stop working. Yes.
Nice. Nice.
I may try to go for double bingo. We'll see.
About Ms. Timms calling in and saying, I'd like my baby to be seen. I'm concerned about this red mark in the mouth and abrasion on the face.
When she called, she didn't notice the red mark in the mouth or didn't bring it to our attention until she was in the office. That wasn't on the chief complaint or on the note for reason for visit. It was just a skin condition. She was worried about a rash. Did I think I was abnormal? No. Parents come in for rashes all the time.
Quit making that face.
Stop it. It's terrifying.
And so it was once she arrived in the office, and she also told you that she was concerned about a red mark inside Jameson's mouth?
Correct.
Okay. And so you obviously conducted an examination of Jameson at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And did that examination involve checking inside of his mouth, I suppose?
It did.
Okay. And that was where you used the tongue depressor?
Correct.
Okay. And is there a separate, a tongue depressor that you use for infants versus one that you would use for adults?
We only have the pediatric tongue depressors in our office.
Okay. And so how's a pediatric tongue depressor different from a regular tongue depressor?
Smaller.
So did you notice anything else going on in Jameson's mouth?
No.
Okay. But you noticed what you characterized in States Exhibit 1 as a laceration?
That's all I recognized was going on in his mouth.
Okay. And did it seem to be tender? Was he in pain as you were probing it?
I'm not sure if he was in pain when I was probing it. He was crying, but 2-month, 3-month-old babies cry. You mess with their mouths.
Was he crying before the
What the
examination
fuck,
of his mouth
lady?
began?
I don't think so. I don't know.
She doesn't
By
know.
the way,
I don't care.
Twitter, the memes have begun.
Sure.
JKD Buck, you win. You win. Check this out. Oh my God.
Excellent.
Wow.
Well done.
More of this, please,
Well
chat.
done.
More of this. You may
Nice.
you may put the memes on my Twitter. Please tag me at Megan Fox Writer. Or if you happen to be on Locals, you can definitely stick it in the live chat over there, which I hope will be getting more active as the days go on. I know I haven't done live chats on Locals for a while because everybody seems to be busy. But we're going to be doing the live chats every day now on Locals while we're covering this trial. Oh my God, this is so good. Please, please, more of this. This is what I live for, chat. You know it. You know I live. Meme farmers, get your hose ready. And when I say hose, you know exactly what I mean. All right, let's see. Here we go.
And then you mentioned that Ms. Carrie Timms was crying as well, right?
Correct.
And did she seem to be kind of distressed by her infant's distress?
Yes.
Is that fairly normal?
Yes.
And did you start asking her any questions about the situation that you observed in Jameson's mouth?
I asked her if she knew how it had gotten there. But my understanding is she just noticed it in the office.
I just realized that Legal Vices has something to say about this as well. This would have been the perfect time for me to have added this button to my board. Oh, wait, I'm on mute. That won't do. Unmute your phone. Ah, dang it. I really have to put this on the soundboard so I don't have problems like this in the future.
He's gonna come back and tell us how disputed it is. Ha ha! I'll get you my pretty and your little dog too.
I have to get that on the board. I just don't know how to download it from WhatsApp. I just don't know how.
Awesome.
I'll get you my pretty and your little dog too. Oh, it's perfect.
Okay. And why was that your understanding?
Because she came and showed us and said, I just noticed this.
That was at the very beginning of the visit, or?
Mm-hmm.
And as I believe Mr. Hood also asked you about, you have previously offered testimony in juvenile proceedings on the same subject and visit, correct?
Correct.
And you were questioned on the discussion notes that you included in your report from the visit that day, right?
Correct.
And are those the same discussion notes that you were using to refresh your recollection today?
They are.
Okay. And do you recall testifying previously that your statement regarding the frustration of the father was not a direct quote?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that? And do you recall Ms. Timms telling you about what kind of bottle they used to feed Jameson?
No.
So you don't recall her telling you about the sort of large-sized bottle that they used?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you recall her bringing that bottle into evidence in the juvenile proceedings?
Not when I was present.
Were you providing any counseling or assistance with the process of breastfeeding and switching to formula as Ms. Timms had been having difficulty with breastfeeding?
How do you mean?
Was that something that you were, in the course of treating Jameson and his well baby visits, were you checking in with Ms. Timms regarding how breastfeeding was going or providing her any advice or counsel on the transition to formula?
I'm sure that I was, I often feel that I'm giving permission to moms who want to stop breastfeeding or who are not having success with breastfeeding, and they just need support and encouragement that the way they feed their baby does not define them as a mother.
You can't even
that's
say it.
usually the stance I take on infant feeding.
Okay.
God, why does she seem so full of disdain?
Yeah, she's so
all the
irritated.
time?
And
She's so irritated by that question.
you had not been treating Ms. Timms during her pregnancy, correct?
No, I am not an obstetrician.
Okay. And so the information that you had received regarding the uncomplicated vaginal birth at 37 weeks,
This is good.
where were you getting the information that it was uncomplicated?
From the
VA, VA told me.
Oh, you
I have
read
not
the
looked at
record?
that.
Oh, you didn't?
Okay.
It's
So
weird. So
if
you
it was a
lied?
birth that took 2 to 3 days, would that still be characterized as uncomplicated?
Holy shit.
Ouch.
2 to 3 days? You don't
From
even
when to
try
when
and
do
say
you mean
yes.
2 to 3 days.
What? I mean,
If the
48 to
baby
72
is
hours,
born
man.
on October 8th, but labor begins 2 to 3 days previously, would that qualify as an uncomplicated birth? In your
I cannot comment on.
Oh, really? You can't comment on that. Let me just say something. I was in labor for 23 hours with my first baby, and I was this close to being yanked into the C-section room because that's when they cut it off. That's when they're like, no, we don't go 24 hours. So you're either having this baby in the next hour or we're taking it from you because this is now complicated.
Well, interesting how she could, when the state asked, it was an uncomplicated delivery at 37 weeks. But now she says, I can't comment on that. I'm not an OB.
Yeah. So if you can't comment on it being complicated, how could you say it was uncomplicated if you're not? Oh, this bitch. I mean, honestly, I hate these lying liars on the stand.
Whether or not a birth is uncomplicated, because I'm not an obstetrician.
Okay.
Oh, but you could say it was uncomplicated.
Right.
That I wish that follow-up had come right after. Well, then how could you say it was uncomplicated?
Okay. So would you have been aware of or taking into consideration any of the potential complicating factors associated with birth other than being approximately 5 weeks preterm for Jameson?
3 weeks preterm.
Ooh, the
No.
one eyebrow raise is
Most
impressive.
of what
I can't do that. I wish I could.
we
I
want
have
to
no
know
control
is
over
what the APGAR scores are.
separately.
Anybody's had a baby, they're scoring. How does the baby behave in the first 24 hours of life? Were there any complications? Were there any problems with temperature? And if all of those were normal, we would consider it uncomplicated. Didn't have to go to the NICU, didn't have to have any interventions.
So did you conduct any assessments for vitamin D deficiency?
No.
Every baby should
That's
be
not
tested
standard
for that.
labs for an infant.
It should be.
Stupid, yes.
It should be, because it answers so many questions for
Yes.
so many problems.
It's unbelievable.
Whenever the attorney is quiet, this woman gets so anxious and angry. Look at her. Look at her.
And Catherine knows
And
it.
you told Ms. Fox, I believe, that after you saw Jamison Timms on January 12th, that he was not brought back to your practice as a pediatrician again. Is that right?
That's correct.
However, you remained as one of the doctors on all of the paperwork from CHOA, right?
If they don't change it in the computer, yes, I'm the person who referred him to CHOA. But then if he doesn't follow up with me and he follows up with someone else, that makes the next pediatrician, the pediatrician of record or the attending of record. But they may not change that in the computer.
Okay. Were you ever further consulted by Dr. Garcia or any of the other folks at Erlanger or CHOA regarding Jamison Timms?
No.
So was there ever any follow-up from anyone at CHOA or anyone at Erlanger to you regarding Jamison Timms' circumstances and what you may have observed on January 12th?
Any follow-up after that hospital admission? No.
So no further
Wait,
discussions?
Wait, you thought that he had leukemia or a blood disorder and you didn't have any follow-ups? Excuse me, what?
Well, that changed, Megan. Once they saw the parents as perpetrators, they no longer cared. Now the baby was taken, CHOA got involved, so her work is done.
Look at her face. Look at. You know what, guys? When your witness on the stand makes this face, it's not good for you. Whoever's witness is making this face on the stand, you're losing. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this face. Oh my God. Good.
With you and Dr. Garcia, no follow-up with Dr. Messner or anyone else from CHOA?
No. Not to my memory. If I'm forgetting it, I don't remember having any phone calls or contact with them.
Okay. So did you have any additional involvement in the case whatsoever past January 12th?
I did not.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you for your time, Dr. Harbin-Pickett.
Thank you. We did get through it. Oh, I didn't think we were going to, but we did. Wow. All right. So
wait, what was
I'm
her
going to
name?
just Dr. Harbin-Pickett, Sarah Harbin-Pickett.
Oh.
Bitch, what? I'm going to update the thumbnail is what I'm going to do and make sure I get that screenshot on there because it's really funny. So I'll update the thumbnail to say opening statements and Dr. Sarah Harbin-Pickett on the thumbnail.
Maybe not.
So tomorrow we will be back here, same bad time, same bad channel. I will be back here at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Whoever can join me is welcome to come back. We will be, let's see, who's next? Who's after her? April Hunt. Oh my God, her last name is not Hunt.
This is going to be fun.
We got to put it on the bingo card. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Mo's going to drop another one. She's going to.
We've got bitches
I have
and
good
Cahunt.
news for you
April
guys.
Cahunt.
You will get your bingo card for somebody coming in not sober. I'll let you figure that one out.
Oh my
You will get
God, really? And I took a guess on that one.
Yeah. You'll get it.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, all right.
Hell yeah.
Well,
That
this is
is
good timing
excellent.
because Fairy is not feeling well, so I'm gonna have to probably go get her. So, all right. So tomorrow we will be looking at April Hunt, who is she's a DFAX worker. Ugh. It's gonna be epic. I can't wait for that. Okay, everybody, share with your friends, please, too. More people need to know about this case, and I want to get more of you in here. And we are doing this every day. Now, I am going to have some time off next week because I have my mother-in-law's funeral to go to, of course, to be with family. So I will not be here I think I leave next Friday. Yes, next Friday I'm out. So, but we will do Monday through Thursday for sure. And I don't know. We'll see. I'll have more info for you guys about what times, because I may be switching times around, but we will be doing this until we get done with this case. All right, everybody, thank you for being here. Make sure that you share out on social media so that everybody knows to get caught up on this and to be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Flux. Thank you, Rosalind Duke and Jennifer Williams, for being here. And remember, everybody, go and support youarethepower.net. And if you want to throw a couple bucks towards the Timms Fund, it is in the description of this video. Please do go click on their GoFundMe and help the Timms family to regain some of their life that the government stole from them. And don't forget, Carrie Timms will be joining us on Friday. So we'll be able to talk to Carrie. Save your questions for her if you have any. And yeah, I think that's it for me. I forget if I have a song here I haven't played in a long time. And you know what? I feel this way today, like you cannot believe. Goodbye, everybody.
I was lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've seen
problem is he
Cameron
should
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall what
and
we
some
went
holy
into,
water.
Mr. Dutson,
And a
as
cross,
far as
a crucifix one.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You
So
realized
Miss
his house
Hubbard,
was infested with
just up for
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a detail here with you of what it, yes. Do you
Suck
recall
you
what that was there
loaders.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why you
Robert
wanted to
Melody
drown her.
Iglesias, and that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.